Well, hello everyone. I'm So I'm just going to continue my series where I'm playing through some Gods Unchained in a free-to-play deck and show you that hey, you can actually earn some rewards. So last week I played the weekend event and I got some packs. I didn't get many because this is a new account, and so you can only get so many. But hey, look at that! I got a Divine Order pack. Ooh. Anything worth? This is a pretty good card for Warrior. All right. Okay. Interesting. And then some 4 packs as well. Okay, interesting. Alright. Again, not a bad warrior card. This is a pretty good neutral card. Anything else kind of sucks. This is not bad for a light deck. Magic card. So I got pretty good rewards, I think, because I haven't lost a single game on this account. Tomb Priest, I feel like, is not that great. This is another alright warrior card. Yeah, okay. Alright, so let's start for the week, and again, just like take a quick look at the deck that I'm playing with. Free to play, starter deck, a lot of 1s, a lot of 2s. And I did not get, I think, the Gods token reward. And if I had, then I would go and pick up some cards off the marketplace. But I guess that'll just have to wait until next week, and that would really up the quality of the deck. Palace. Yeah, I mean this is one of the like original like OG crypto games. Also, like I think NFTs, like this trading card game specifically, is one of the only places where like NFT games make sense right now. There's another game I'm looking at like called Dark Forest, and then obviously like Loot was like sort of a phenomenon. But I think that those games are like games that will implement like NFTs in a smart way that are not trading card games. Are still like a couple of years of development away from making a lot of sense. Yeah, it sucks if you don't have a ton of time. Obviously, like college takes up a lot of time, and that studying is probably more important than this. But I don't have college, so and I got into this pretty early, and as a result, got rewarded quite a bit by like the Gods Unchained team, and so. I think the thing that this demonstrates is that it makes sense in crypto to get into things before they like really hit mainstream popularity. Like right now, they're making a big push to try and get new players into the game, and so they have this event going on called I think it's called Blessing of the Gods, and so you can get Gods tokens for just playing the game. I think if you play like 60 games a week. Then you can get up to like 7 or 8 Gods tokens, which is like $25 right now. I actually expect that number to go down a little bit. Looking forward to January 11th, where a lot of their like pre-sale tokens become unvested. So I think a lot of cards will, or I mean, I think a lot of tokens will probably hit the market around that time, and then you'll see the price of like the Gods token go down, which will like lower the barrier to entry of the game in general. But again, right now I'm just playing like a free-to-play starter deck. Like you could make this deck right now. I think I maybe got a couple of cards through like free packs that they gave me, but like these two, I think you don't get. None of these come standard, but like most of the cards in here come standard, and you'll end up getting a lot of these cards just by opening the free packs that they give you. So I'm just gonna start and play, and then this game is still in beta, and so like it still has its own problems and everything like that, but still pretty easy game to play, and especially if you like card games. Yeah, well, I hope your paper goes well. If you don't mind me asking, what's your paper on? All right, let's see here. So, again, if you may not have seen a lot of the content that I've been, like I haven't put out a lot of Gods Unchained content, but the point of this deck is it's a pretty like zooey deck if you're familiar with like Hearthstone. So you want to put out a lot of minions at the very start. I actually probably should have mulliganed this, given that. Oh no. Yeah, because it's destroy a creature with 1 health. Here. Because I'm going second, I have these like 3 mana gems that I can use to put things out a little bit faster, given that like this person is always going to be ahead in mana because they went first. And so from here, okay, so they're just going to the face, which is fine, but unfortunately it's not going to work out great for them. I'm going to do this, because that way they can't kill it with their power. Their like god power, and then I'm just going to clear the board. Okay, so now we're in a pretty good position. Because it's all about like early game board control with this deck. And like in just these lower ranks, you're not going to see a lot of like big control decks, because the control decks are just a little bit more cost prohibitive. Nice. Well, I wish you luck in thinking about biochemistry. I am not a big chemistry person, to be honest. Like I was never, I was mathematics in college, and so not really like about like the sciences, like the hard sciences. But you know, I have an appreciation. So good luck, and I hope you enjoy the games I'm playing. So one of the other quirks of this game is that there's this thing called the Sanctum. And so as you see, as you make good trades, basically, like you gain, and you know, as you clear things, you notice he just cleared my, a minion off my board. You get, I think this is called favor. And then you can use that favor to buy cards in here that are just like sort of value useful cards. So here I'm going to do sort of the same thing, you know. Again, this can be destroyed by his hero power, so I want to use it to trade rather than just allowing them to destroy it, and then go face with the rest. And then this is, you know, sort of like the Chill Wind Yeti, if you're familiar with Hearthstone. Pretty good, you know, stats for a four-cost card. And there are better versions of these cards that cost, like, the newest expansions has like a lot of low cost cards. Okay, so this one I want to kill with my hero power, and I want to kill with this. Its afterlife is going to do 1 damage to everything. So the things that will die to that should be traded. This won't die to it, but you know, it makes everything pretty easy. So then kill it, allow the 1 damage to go to my creatures, and throw down another sort of like value minion. Now things that I'm going to be thinking about is this will allow me to draw a card, which I'm running low on cards, and you know, that might be a good thing. Like obviously I have board control, but I do want to replenish my hand, and I have such low cost cards in general that like this continued trading. Obliterate a card in your hand. Interesting. Okay, so this, I'm just gonna again do some trades because this gives anything burn. Like this is just gonna die. If I trade both of these, they're just both gonna die, which I suppose is fine. Is there any world where I heal this? That might make sense. So if I do like this, and then this. So this now has burn, which means at the end of my turn it's going to lose 1 health. And I think that means I take the heal, give it a little bit more time, you know, and then, you know, my mana works out like that too. So I have this 7-cost card sitting in my hand. I will probably take this. I might take this next turn, because this is going to do 6 damage to his face, and or to their face rather, and I kind of just want to finish this. But I have this 7-cost card. Once you get to 5 mana, it takes 2 turns to unlock the next 2 mana gems, and then after that it's 3 turns and 4 turns, respectively. Alright, so that's not a bad card. So here I can just do this. This has regen, so it'll regen that health at the end of the turn. I just play this, this, go to the face a little bit, and then I'm just gonna pick this up to equip next turn. And then that's, you know, if I, at that point, if 1 damage gets through, then I basically won the game. I also need to figure out how to put like a win counter somewhere up here on the stream itself. Because, you know, the idea is that you play 6 games, or that you play 25 games. Interesting. It's not a bad card. So these are confused. There's no guarantee that they hit his face, or hit their face rather. So, but I'm just gonna go for it. Let's draw a card, and then I'm gonna pick this up too because it can destroy my relic, which is this. That might be worth putting down if I didn't already have. Oh, wow. There you go, that was easy. So 1-0 is what I am right now. I wonder if I can add, you know, let's see here. Text. There we go. Okay. All right, and yeah, hopefully by the end of this stream, I am mythic, which is their like legendary rank or what have you. By the way, Palace, if you have any crypto questions, or if anybody in the chat has any crypto questions, feel free to ask at any time. I'm willing to just jaw about anything. I'm obviously not really talking about HEX. This is a fine hand. I think I get rid of this because of the hero power, and I see if I can't get something better. That's good. Yeah.
Good luck. Best of luck.
So their hero power is going to deal 1 damage randomly, same as mine, you know. And so having like that thing that I mulligan was a 3/1 that summons a 1/1, which is just not as fun. Woof. Okay, so that's a good card, and it sucks that it is. So I can do one of 2 things. I can use this and go with the 50-50 and hope that it kills it. Or I can throw this down, which makes this a 3/4. It'll hit this. I think that just doesn't make as much sense. Will hexagons short ether when pulse chain hits? I don't really think that like the hexagons control enough wealth to like adequately short ether. Like you're saying, will they sell it in you know, in order to get pulse, more pulse? Maybe. I think that Ethereum has its own hold on, I gotta make this decision real quick. Do I do this and clear this? I don't think I do. I think I just sort of leave it. I have big cards, and so I need a lot of like extra mana to get them out sooner. I think that they don't, again, I don't think that they control enough capital to like really make that work. Okay, so here, this is pretty simple. Clear this guy. And you know what? I'm gonna, because I have extra mana, why not? I could have, no, that's 2 mana. Okay. Including Richard Hart. Well, I don't see any reason for them to short Ethereum, and I guess he has enough capital, but like at the same time, like Richard Hart has like paper capital, you know, like he has, I mean, like of course he has like millions of dollars, but he also has like billions of dollars of HEX, and that HEX is sort of is like vested. He can't sell, you know, his HEX to open like short position, like he can't sell a lot of HEX without really damaging the market. And that's true of basically anybody who holds like a lot of HEX. I'm gonna do this just to put a little bit more damage on the board. Actually, does that make sense? Maybe it does. Oh well. Will they short ether? Well, I mean, like, and that's the thing. It's like I don't think hexagons have any incentive to drive down the price of hex. Like, I guess maybe they do, but it doesn't seem like a super correct strategy to me. And I just don't know what it gets them. You know, like what does it do for them? Interesting.
My turn.
So this person has
That is not possible.
a lot, has clearly bought some cards.
Okay, I can do this.
That card that they just played, the this one, Jaguar Staff, that is a Trial of the Gods card. So that one's actually like fairly expensive. Or ether for pulse adoption. I think they'll dump, I mean, I do think that they'll dump some of their ether. Like, I think they're going to prefer pulse. I don't think it makes a ton of sense for them to prefer pulse. Because I don't think pulse is like an incredible asset, obviously. Oh, shit.
Unpredictable. Every life lost is a tragedy.
Goddamn, dude. Yeah, so this may be my first loss. Because this person has cards. Unfortunately. Like, that card that they just played. Yeah, those are all, these are all new cards. You know, they have a not, very clearly non-free-to-play deck. Hot damn, dude. Yeah. Woof. Maybe I should start adding in the legendary cards that I got for free.
My turn.
Okay, so I have a shot.
Nothing I can't handle.
Ooh! Okay, so I have a 50-50 shot here. If this goes through, I win. Damn it! Alright, fine. Again, I have another one. I have another one chilling right here. I don't know what just happened there. Send a random 5. Destroy this creature. Interesting. Well, I mean, that doesn't make a ton of sense to me, this idea that, like, someone is a decentralization purist and they love Pulse. Like, Pulse is a proof of authority chain. So, and what that means is, like, it basically looks like Binance. Like, Binance Smart Chain is basically what HEX is. Because it's a proof of authority blockchain. So they have like a small set of like 33 validators, which are chosen based on like the largest holders of HEX, basically. And so like, you know, in a world where like the people with all the HEX are going to be the ones that are going to be chosen as the validator set, and those validators, like they're, you know, they are like pumping throughput in the same way that that Binance Smart Chain is, i.e. like they are sacrificing decentralization in order to get higher transactions per second and lower fees. That's why the Ethereum mainnet has such high fees right now, is because I don't really know what to do here. I'm pretty sure I lose. They have too many good cards, and I, you know, lost some 50-50s. Like, yeah, dude. Like, this card is very good. I guess I just need to refactor the deck, but yeah. So I just don't like decentralization. If you're a decentralization purist, I don't understand why you'd like HEX. I'm sorry, not HEX, Pulse Chain. Pulse Chain is, you know, like I said, a proof of authority blockchain. Woof! Yeah. Looks like I lose. Yeah, I mean, like, so what you're saying makes sense. You know, like removing admin keys, like for instance, Bitcoin doesn't really, I mean, it doesn't have admin keys, right? The way that the Bitcoin blockchain updates itself is through consensus and like hard forks. And if enough miners agree to a hard fork, it goes live through a process of like a Bitcoin improvement proposals. That's what like a BIP is. And it changes the consensus mechanism of the network, right? In the same way that Ethereum has like the Ethereum Foundation, and that they do have like, they still have to go through the process of hard fork, so they don't have like admin keys in the same way. So like, how do you, basically like the question becomes like, how do you propose like updates to the consensus mechanism within Pulse Chain? And the answer is that like you have to get the agreement of a very small handful of validators and developers in order to push through changes. Yeah, I mean, governments can't, but like the question is like, who then has the power, right? And the answer is that like it's this very small group of around 33 validators. You know, there is some like sort of election mechanism, but it seems like sort of a formality almost at some point, because the people that will almost always be elected will be people that are like close to Richard Hart, people with a ton of HEX. And of course, those people are, you know, invested in the idea of like continuing like HEX, I mean, sorry, I keep on saying HEX, I mean Pulse, of Pulse continuing to like be a functioning blockchain. But like I said, they've already sort of sacrificed decentralization. Okay, I have a very early hand, by the way, I am still playing this game. And so I'm going to put both of these 1-drops out right now. And like this is, deception decks are typically a little bit more control-y, so I want to go a little bit faster. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I would call them a crime syndicate, although I do think that Richard Hart is like someone who doesn't mind dealing with what he calls gray markets, which are like questionably legal markets. And look, I don't have a problem with that either. Like I don't mind that that's like something that Richard Hart does. I don't think that government should have control over like our blockchains or our consensus protocols or anything like that. And so it's like I don't disagree with them in theory. I just think that practically they're going about it in ways that don't make a ton of sense, especially if you're someone who really likes decentralization. Don't really have a good move here because this is a responsive play. I guess I could have... no, I didn't have the mana for it. Alright. Yeah, I don't know that I would call him a crime syndicate. I think that, like, Pulse can... I think Pulse could fail spectacularly. And it could fail in one of two ways. One is that, like, the wider market could collapse. So I'm not calling HEX a Ponzi scheme. But what I am saying is that when Bertie Madoff's Ponzi scheme went belly up, what do I do here? I do this for sure. It was because the wider market crashed. And in a world where, like, the wider market crashes... I need to read this card. Does that Afterlife add a bomb to your opponent's deck for each of their unused mana gems? It's wild. Okay. So, like, the wider economy could collapse, and in that scenario, people need their money, right? And in a world where people need their money, they will take it from, like, HEX. They will cash out. And you can see the price, like, pretty significantly crash, I think. So, okay, I have a couple pretty good plays here. So this into this. I guess I'm setting myself up here for the whatever, like, dance, but I think that costs 6 mana, so I don't know that they can actually play it for another 2 turns. But I need to start, paring down a little bit. Okay, interesting. So this goes here. One of these guys. One of these guys. Yeah, I need to start going tall because at turn 6 he can just wreck this board. He can play a card that does damage to every creature based on how many creatures there are, which is why I assume he's playing so many, like, taunts, so I can't just get through to his face, which is fine, I suppose. Oh, give everyone confused. Doesn't really matter much in a world where, like, he has no, like, cards. I don't really want to lean into that card I was talking about. So I think I will just take and play this. Yeah, I mean, like, HEX is centralized in that, like, the control of the currency is centralized. And so, like, Hexicans would say that Bitcoin's sort of the same way. Like, you can look at the Bitcoin rich list and you can see that, like, a very small number of people hold, like, an outsized proportion of Bitcoin. Because, like, HEX, the smart contract on Ethereum is itself not centralized, right? Like, it is a decentralized smart contract that issues a token. That token, that contract has no admin keys. All these things they say are true. HEX does this thing. Like, it's a smart contract with a token, and that token has logic. And basically, the logic of the token is that when you lock your token in a certificate of deposit, right? When people say stake your hex, right? You destroy the hex that you have. You create what are called T-shares. Those T-shares entitle you to your original investment as well as your percentage of the inflation based on like how long your stake was and how large your stake is. And then and so and then it gives you more hex, right, at the end of your stake when you end your stake, assuming you don't end it late and get slashed or whatever, or if someone runs the public good accounting function on your stake so that it stops losing, so you can destroy the T shares and so that everybody else's T-shares are not getting diluted. There's a lot of like really technical details of like what goes into hex, but basically it's like it just is this function, it does this thing. It's not that cool. I think it's so funny when like Richard Hart and like other hex games will say 100% uptime. It has 100% uptime. It's like, yeah, because it runs on Ethereum. Ethereum is 100% uptime. Hex doesn't have 100% uptime. So we'll see if that changes with Pulse. Oh shit, nice. Yeah, the largest Ethereum operation, do you mean like Ethereum mining operation? Or do you mean like the Ethereum Foundation? But yeah, I'm thinking so much about Hex right now because I'm trying to, like, I put out a video about Hex where I hadn't done like a ton of research. Oh shit, I have not updated this. What am I at right now? I think I'm at like 3.1. 2.1 or 3.1? Okay. Woo! Those are high cost cards. Do not want all of those. This is fine. This is fine. Right? This is fine. I also need to rethink about my deck.
The calm before the storm.
Okay. Oil Tycoon money. That must be nice. When you say who your buddy, is it Jazz or is it this Russian name? Okay, mining. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, Ethereum mining is something, I love Ethereum mining. I like, when I was in, like, 2016, I started, like, Ethereum mining, because, like, I learned about Bitcoin years ago, 2011, around the same time, didn't invest until, like, 2013, and then I was around for the Ethereum ICO. And then, but at the same time, it's like I was not a computer science major, so I was still figuring out like how blockchains worked and how mining and everything worked. So, yeah, it sucks that like, mining's not going to be a thing in like 4 to 6 months. So sorry to your friend, but hopefully he's stacked enough. They have stacked enough Ethereum so that they can just seamlessly transition into staking. I'm actually looking a lot into Lido.fi. Right now as a way to like do the decentralized stakes, and so I'll be doing a video tutorial on like how to stake with Lido and what you can do with like your like staked Ethereum derivatives and everything like that, how to use it in DeFi, hopefully how to wrap it so that like you can put it on Polygon or Optimism or Arbitrum. Ooh. So that's a good card. I actually have that card. I was also given that card. I didn't buy it like this fuck. I don't know why I'm saying that. I've bought cards in the past. No judgment, Square Master. Okay, and so now I think I want to, if I can, I'm just gonna like mana gem this out. I think I can. I think it makes sense. The alternative is to play this. Okay. Interesting. Lot of weapons with this fella. Yeah, I mean, most people who like are big in mining are shadow billionaires. That's what I think is it's like, and back to Hex. Like, I think it's so interesting about Hex is that like, I genuinely agree that people shouldn't have shouldn't be outed by the government for their finances, that they, that people should have like financial privacy. It's why I've liked things like Zcash and Monero. But when you're the head of like a, multi-$100 billion network like Hex and Pulse Chain will be, I think that you owe I think you owe people some level of transparency, and that's like my problem with Richard Hart is that he's just like not transparent with where his wealth is or what it is or anything like that. And so, yeah, that's my criticism. My God, so many big cards. So, I have to kill this. I just have to. And I guess I play this.
That's enough for now.
And then I manage him this out next turn. Like he's gonna kill here, and then you're gonna have 3 mana left over. That sucks. I guess I grab this as well, just in case. I don't know what that means. Vorong? I'm sorry, I'm very dumb. So many legendary cards.
My turn.
Okay. So, this is sort of what I was preparing for. This play right here. I guess I save the mana and I play these 2. So, like this and this. And then I just hit his face? Do I take 4 damage? I don't think that makes sense. Because he's just going to trade this. Interesting. I guess that makes sense. So I don't actually, I don't know for sure what happened with Charles Hoskinson. I know that, like, so there's this book I'm reading, I don't have it with me right now, that talks about, like, the very beginning of Ethereum, basically. And it goes through sort of, like, what happened with Charles Hoskinson specifically. Basically, it's like what I gather is that he was like lying a lot to a lot of people. Supposedly, theoretically, he was lying a lot to people, and that like rubbed a lot of the other founders the wrong way. I mean, I guess obviously, and so they sort of kicked him off the founding team. Like it was Vitalik that had to, but I don't know specifically what happened. I just know sort of vaguely what the story is. And I need to read the book, finish the book to get a better idea of what actually happened there. Okay, got anything else, buddy? But yeah, I think he was just like, and there was also some talk about like, Vitalik, for instance, wanted to keep the Ethereum Foundation not for profit, and Charles Hoskinson wanted it to be a for-profit entity, which Cardano is.
Requires patience.
Does he have? He has enough to pick up one of these. I guess I take that. Yeah, that's fine. Just so he's not just a little bit less damage he can do to my face. Yeah, exactly. Like he was theoretically a Vietnam vet or like whatever. I've heard this as well. Again, and I can't verify. I don't know for sure. But I've heard that rumor. That it was just like, yeah, weird, like thoughtless lies, Yeah, I don't know. Do you all like Cardano? I am generally not a huge fan. But I also don't know that I know enough about it to like really have like a nuanced opinion. What I hear about it is that it's like really hard to develop on Cardano, because the programming language is itself like pretty
Answer the call.
pretty tough. What is this? The least health? Disgusting. Okay. Oh, so never mind. This was, I guess this is a win either way. But if I do this, and then this.
Nature is often
Woo!
unpredictable.
But yeah, I hear, what is it, Pluto? I can't remember the name of the programming language, but I hear that it's like very hard to develop with, which is something that doesn't give me a ton of a confidence, but at the same time could mean that like smart contracts are theoretically more secure, and you know, maybe in the future we could see it like take up a little bit more market share as the space itself becomes a little bit more well established. Yeah, I mean, like I'm holding a little bit of Cardano. I bought it to get the honestly, to get the Celsius reward. I think I bought like $400 worth of Cardano, and then just to get like $50 in Bitcoin from Celsius. But it's not Haskell itself. It's like a Haskell like derivative in the same way that like Solidity is a derivative of JavaScript, right? I can't remember the specific name of it. Ooh. Okay, so this is a good card for a death deck. Overpowered, honestly, in my opinion. But, okay. So maybe I'll make a death deck later. But let's take a look at the deck itself and see if we can't change anything. I'm starting to hit people who have bought legendaries, so I feel fine at this point putting in the legendaries that I've just opened in packs. I do think I've gotten lucky with those legendaries, like this one I just opened, you know, it just happened to be in one of the packs. And so, but let's see here. What can I do? So these are all the legendaries that I've opened randomly in core packs. I don't know that this is good, or this is not good, doesn't really like jive with the rest of my deck. What am I? I'm always getting rid of this one. I guess I'm not really pulling the weapon that much, and so this makes more sense in a world where like I pull the weapon. But I'm fine upgrading that mana real quick. And then anything else worth putting in here? Maybe this. Probably not. Possibly this. Not really. This is a win more card. I don't know if you guys have ever watched like Kripparrian, Hearthstone streams, but this is like you have to already be winning the board to play this card, and it's just like too clunky, too big. Like this card makes a ton of sense at 7 because it's a charge, right? It's like it charges randomly, which kind of sucks. But like you know, if someone has like a front line up, you can use this to clear a front line, because it's always going to hit the front line because it only hits valid targets. Right? Yeah, valid characters. So that has like it's a removal and a big card, and so that's why that one makes sense. Have I pulled any of like the other removal cards? I don't think I have. Those would be nice. Possibly this card. Because removing durability from weapons is typically a good thing. Do I replace something? Do I replace this? Maybe I do. Might just be worth it just to have the utility. Oh, and I do have... Okay, so in that world, I think I'd take that. Is there anything else I change? No, I think this is fine for now. We'll see how this works. Yeah, I've been talking about HEX a lot. You know, like, honestly, I've been doing a ton of research on HEX because I'm trying to, I'm putting out a video that is hopefully going to be my, like, sort of end all and be all. I don't really want to talk about HEX after I put out this video. And my first HEX video was sort of low effort. Like, it was a gut reaction, and to be fair, I'll defend that gut reaction because like Richard Hart himself will say that like the Hex was marketed like a Ponzi scheme in order to, save people from investing in Ponzi schemes, just like one of the dumbest arguments I've ever heard. But the more I read about it, the more I listen to streams about it and everything like that, the more I realize it's like, it's not the most, like, it's not the dumbest thing in the world. It's like, it's a thing that works. Pulse will probably be a thing that works, at least for a while. But like, I always ask the question, like, why? They keep on making statements like it is the greatest like investment of all time. It's like the best possible thing you could ever invest in. And I'm just like, I don't think it is. I think it's designed to look like it is. And it does look like that. But I think if you understand like the fundamentals of like, we were talking a little bit earlier like about Pulse, for instance. Pulse is using a proof of authority consensus mechanism, which means that like which means that it's just like, it's just like Binance Smart Chain. So like, why would I prefer Pulse Chain to Binance Smart Chain? And I think the answer is because, they would say that it's because like, oh, it supports freedom of speech. If you want to support freedom of speech, then, you use Pulse Chain. But, they like routinely censor their own discussions and so on and so forth. They have these like political, like sort of anti-vaccine and
My turn.
Anti-vaccine and vaccine mandates and like lockdown measure ideations. So like they talk a lot about that, but at the same time, it's just like I don't think they really believe it all that much.
That's enough for now.
Yeah, right, exactly. It's like this weird sort of there's this weird sort of like political ideology that sits beneath this idea of hex and pulse chain, and that's what I ask. It's like, what, like say we're against, like I am not one who will hate on someone for being skeptical of the vaccine. I know that's like an unpopular opinion. I'm not saying that I am skeptical of the vaccine. What I'm saying is that, like, for instance, the EU negotiated price controls for liability protection for Pfizer and Moderna, BioNTech, everything like that, right? So it negotiated these price controls. Let me see. Does that summon something? Yeah. Ooh, nasty. God damn. I guess I do this, and then go face with this, and then play this. Yeah, that seems right. And the United States did none of that, right? The United States said, well, okay, if the vaccine does fuck you up, too bad, buddy. Like, you're just gonna have to, like, sort of deal with the consequences of that. And not only that, like, not only is Moderna, Pfizer not liable, but they also, so here, this is 7, this is fine. Right, exactly. So there is room for vaccine criticism, right? For this idea that, like, oh, we should be critical of these things. There is room for saying, like, okay, well, maybe locking people down and, like, crushing protests and crushing dissent is not the way. But, like, I don't understand how buying Pulse Chain accomplishes any of that. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's my, like, problem. Is like, okay, so they say all these things about being, like, anti-vaxxer, or being, like, against mandates or for, power to the people, so on and so forth. But, like, what do they do? Starting next turn, choose a card in your hand, and then summon this creature from the void. Interesting. So I think I just play this. Or do I just play this? And give it a... He only has one card. So he's going to obliterate this card. If I kill it. Yeah, that's fine. And I'm going to keep this. Just so I can play it next turn. I'm going to play this, though. Just to round out the mana curve. Yeah, Fauci is science god. And look, I'm, you know, like I was saying earlier to Palace, like I admit I am not like a scientist. I am not like, so I honestly do not feel like I have an incredible amount of authority when it comes to speaking about like the vaccine or, you know, whatever, right? And so like I'm not gonna, you know, make these like sort of wild claims where like I, you know, am clearly not like qualified to like speak on the science of it or whatever, right? But again, you can be against all these sort of like, you know, mandates and government, what you might see as government overreach, but I don't understand what the fuck it means to like, why is it that donating to Pulse Chain or like sacrificing for Pulse Chain is like the magic that will solve all this? Oh, please don't make this a let's go, Brandon. Look, and we're getting, it's funny. I've like tried to keep the channel like sort of separate from like my own political ideology for quite some time. And you know, that's been pretty intentional. Because frankly, my own political ideology is one like I am not a Democrat. I am not a Republican. I am someone who like stands against abuses of power and centralization of power, which is why I love cryptocurrency. But you know, I'm not like a let's go Brandon sort of person.
Answer the call.
Not in the same way, at least. Yeah, dude, the United States is rife with crime, right? Like this is like known. Crime and corruption. I will say, I do not think that means that Donald Trump, for instance, is the answer. They had a privacy layer. See, and that's the thing. This is like, again, getting into my criticism of Richard Hart. I don't think if you have that much power, you should enjoy privacy. I don't think you should be allowed to have privacy. Because like at that level of power, you know, when you're running $100 billion, you know, network, when so many people are relying on you for their livelihoods, right, who are investing their money, like I think transparency has to exist. And I agree. I think the same thing about the U.S. federal government, right? Like I think that there should be costs if you want power, right? Like if you are given or want power, it should come at a great cost to you. I don't think you should be able to, like, you know, I don't think you should be able to do what like Nancy Pelosi does and insider trade. Or what like Donald Trump did and like give a whole bunch of like government contracts to like his buddies. Like this level of corruption is not something we should allow. And so I think that we should impose heavy penalties on power. But anyway, that's my like political, you know, diatribe. If you guys want to talk more about politics, feel free to ask questions. But just gonna brush my beard. But I think the unfortunate thing is that like I will talk about politics all day, but I do think people are tired of it in general, and rightly so. You know, like it's very tiring. And it's hard to want to continue to engage, especially in a system that seems so, you know, obviously against engagement.
The calm before the storm.
Possibly. I mean, you know, like, I am, again, like, this gets back to my like earlier point is like I think crypto gives us the ability to cut against some of the worst abuses of power, but it is not itself like a panacea, right? Like it is like do I do this? I think I do. Take the 50-50 here. If I lose that at 50-50, that's pretty bad. This he has to kill. They have to kill. They have the ability, in fact, pretty easily. So maybe it's not the play. Okay. Cool.
Growth requires patience.
Yeah, I mean, dude, there's always been an empty suit in the White House. You know, like this is the thing. It's like this is what blows my mind about like a lot of this discussion is just like it's just been this way, you know? Like Donald Trump was not any less an empty suit. Obama was not any less an empty suit. George W. Bush was not any less an empty suit. Ronald Reagan, H.W. Bush was probably not an empty suit, but he's like the exception, right? Like most of our presidents are empty suits. You know, Joe Biden's not the problem. You mean from Kazakhstan? Yeah, pretty sick, honestly. I'm, you know, a huge fan of decentralization in general, and happy to see that, you know, mining is being better decentralized. Okay. I think I play this. It's sort of tough because, like, I don't want to be in a situation where I don't have this and he plays a weapon or they play a weapon. But I think it's like the only option right now because I'm waiting on this. This is going to be like a big board clear, but I have time. I have like two turns to wait. So I can't play it next turn. I can play it 2 turns from now. So I just need to like sort of stop the bleeding for now. Okay. This is all fine. I want to kill some Amazons. These are all Amazons. So, that's not good.
Answer the call.
So, it's not too bad. This guy's got to go. And then I think it's just here and here. I gotta put shit on the board. Next turn, hopefully he just goes face with all of this because next turn I got the hunt and that's gonna do some board clearing for me. Yeah, I think. Oh yeah, see, this is exactly what I was talking about. What a card. Woof. I have not looked into it at all, actually. I think I'm 5'2" now? I really need to be on top of updating this. Versus coin. So I am not familiar with Plan B. I am not familiar with like the I've heard stock to flow model, but I also don't concern myself much with price, honestly. Like it's what, you know, to circle a little bit back, it's part of what I see as the problem with like people's focus in HEX is everything is modeled around price and making sure that price is like the thing that is held up and that it's the thing that people care about the most. And you know, I think that the applications, again, like we're talking about like political ideologies, we're talking about methods of organizing, and specifically when you're thinking about things like DAOs. I guess I keep this. Is this fine? This is a fine hand, right? I'd like a 1-drop, but this is good. I'm gonna keep these. Um,
Don't disappoint me.
Good luck.
well, when you say crashes, what do you mean? Do you mean like crashes in the price, or do you mean crashes in the hash rate? Because like, you know, that hash rate, yeah, when they cut off the internet and everything like that, you know, that hash rate dipped, and like the price may have dipped as a result, I guess. But I think that it's more about like the correlation to like larger markets, like the Nasdaq and Dow Jones. You know, people looking at the Fed, for instance. That's affecting the price. But again, you know, price is something that is indeterminable. We don't really know what happens to price. Price is irrational. It's not something that, like, when a price is settled on, that it is the truth, or that it is, like, you know, the best price, or that it is, you know, like, we don't know, like, price is not something that is actually determined based on real value. It's determined based on, like, supply and demand, and supply and demand, again, is irrational. It's not something that, like, definitely makes sense. Okay, so I'm just gonna keep on putting out huge creatures. Next turn, this is coming out. But yeah, decentralization in mining is fine. Like, Kazakhstan became like a big place because it borders China, and so like a lot of the Chinese miners, when China banned Bitcoin mining, like, moved there. And so, you know, yeah, generally a fan of like this idea of having decentralized networks, obviously, or else I wouldn't be invested in Bitcoin. To my point about price, I'm more concerned about like the building of the infrastructure, things like DAO tooling that are being spun up right now. I think that those have more effect on, you know, those are more the reason why I'm in crypto, rather than you know, thinking about individual prices, or you know, what Bitcoin might do. Like, when you become like a long-term holder, you know, you operate under the thesis that like Bitcoin is going up in value generally. Bitcoin, Ethereum, these things are going up in value generally, and you have to find the things that like you actually think are going up in value generally. And you know, when crashes happen, then you're not trying to sell, right? Like, you believe in this thing in the long term, and so you understand that, like, I mean, it's honestly something Richard Hart preaches a lot, which I think is sort of funny. Where, you know, this idea that like, you know, if you believe in a project, you will just keep using it. Okay. So, I think I kill this. Ugh. In that world where I don't kill it, I do this.
My, what do we have here?
For now, I must rest.
This is God's Unchained, and this is a free-to-play deck, as it turns out. XL10. I mean, the hash rate seems to be tied to price too, like when China turned off last summer, caused a dip in both. Am I reading that wrong? I mean, like, it's hard to say, like, when we talk about like Bitcoin price fluctuations, it's honestly hard to say what is causal, right? So, like, yeah, you could be right that that what caused it was the dip in the hash rate. But it could also be true that what caused it was, you know, the Fed notes being released, for instance. Okay, so here, this one's tough. This is a 1-cost card. I could also do this. Hold on. Sorry, guys. Sorry, y'all. I gotta think about... I think I take this. And then... See, this is the problem. is, does this kill that? Does not. Okay. Well, in that world, that's what's gotta happen. Okay. Sucks, but whatever. So it's like hard to say what is causal. Like, you know, was it, when you're talking about the dip in the hash rate as a result of like the China decision, is it true that that is like China's hash rate dip that caused that? Or is it true that like China, the signal of China banning Bitcoin is what caused that, right? So like this idea that like, yeah, I mean, hash rate is tied to price in the sense that like when price goes up, it makes more sense for people, for other people to mine, right? Like more people, it makes more sense for more people to mine in a world where the hash rate is really high. I mean, sorry, where the price is really high. Okay. Oh, this was the wrong move. This was a very dumb move, and I don't know why I did it. And I'm distracted. That must be it. Because he's just gonna do a board clear, probably. How do you earn crypto in this game? Let me finish my point on that. This idea of like hash rate being tied to price. So you can see how like when hash rate goes up. Oh, interesting. Not what I expected.
Awaken.
This I think is the move, but I don't have a way of getting to it right now. Sick. I've just got to leave that like that. 3 plus 6. That's enough. But at what cost? I don't think it's worth it. The alternative is... I mean, maybe he's just going to clear everything. Maybe it is worth it. Okay. Whatever. Sucks.
Until the next life.
Yeah, okay. Whatever. He's got big cards too. Well, at least I didn't die to a board clear. So how do you earn crypto in this game? That's sort of what I'm doing right now. I don't think you can earn a ton of crypto in this game. You know, like, you can earn probably like 25 bucks, maybe a little bit more depending on how lucky you get, a week playing. This is what I'm doing. I like doing the weekly ranked, which is, you know, you play 25 okay. So from a mana efficiency standpoint, this plus this makes more sense. Plus this. It's possible I kill something, which would be nice. Like if this hits here or here, it's fine, right? Actually, it only makes sense if it hits here. So I think this is the better. And I'm gonna pick up this. Just to give myself, he has 7 right now, which means if he has that deal 6 draw a card, I'm done. So this would have made more sense actually, I think, because then I could have just played this. Again, didn't think it through. Oh well. What to look out for before pulling money out of Gemini Earn? What do you mean? Like, what to look out for? Like, what things should you watch out for before pulling money out? Okay. So...
Awaken.
Interesting. So we're going to do this. And this. And then I think this. Here. All right. Hopefully he doesn't have a giant board clear, because if he does, I'm sort of fucked.
I expect only victory.
Oh, a Lehman Brothers type event with Gemini signals that they're going to collapse. Who says that? I'd be interested. I'd be interested to hear. Like, what is that scenario? Is that like a USDT scenario? Or is it like they're over leveraged? Like, how are they over leveraged if that's the case? Oh, good. Well, best possible card to get.
I did not foresee.
I've done all that I can.
It would have been a lot better if it cleared this, but whatever. Good.
Awaken.
Okay, I think I lost this one. So you're saying if Nexus Mutual, which is their insurer, collapses, then I guess I just still wonder what the event is, right? Like, is it like, are they over leveraged, or is, you know, I'd have to see some data on that. This is the first I'm hearing of it, so it's like just sort of hearsay to me. But not to say that I don't trust you, but I guess let's take a look. Where would I find an article about this? Do I think gas Dow is a rug pull? I have no clue. I have, I mean, like, theoretically, I mean, have you spent that much on gas fees? Because I only have I don't have an account that has spent that much on gas fees. Because most of my, you know, most of my gas fees were before gas got out of control. And ever since gas has been out of control, I've not been, like, doing a ton of, like, Ethereum mainnet transactions. Yeah, I don't see any articles written about it. If you happen to have something, Zerface, then I would take a look at it. But I don't know. I'm sorry, to go back a little bit, I didn't answer Old Man Jenkins' uh, question. What crypto do you earn? You earn God's tokens, which are like the native currency of God's Unchained. And so, like, right now they're trading for like 3 something per token. And, you know, like, you can earn those God's tokens. Those God's tokens can be used to purchase cards, or you can, like, withdraw them and sell them on the open market. and you can also earn cards, and those cards, you know, that's why I say like some of it depends on luck, because like you'll earn card packs for playing, and those card packs can be worth, you know, like you could pull a card that's like pretty valuable, and you can sell those on the open market as well. Yeah, I mean, I think Gemini interest rates are, you know, they're like not great, you know, like it's like 1% or something like that on Bitcoin. Maybe as high as like 3% on Ethereum, although I think it's close to 1% as well. Like, yeah, they're nowhere near like Crypto.com, Celsius, Nexo, like all those centralized services are like providing way more money. Not only that, but they're like investing way more in customer acquisition. And so like they're putting a lot of their money towards marketing. And so those are the models that I see as a little bit more unsustainable from than Gemini. But like, you know, I'm not like a Gemini like I like Gemini, I use Gemini, have used it as like a crypto fiat gateway for some time, but like but I'm not like married to it in the way that you know, I am to like Trezor. Like I love Trezor. And went to buy a Ledger X, went from 119 to 149. Yeah, dude, the prices are going up on hardware wallets, and it's because so many people are getting into crypto right now, and they're getting in centralized services. I mean, think about the way that like maybe you started, or people you know have started. Like it starts with like you figure out crypto, you get an account on like Coinbase or something like that, and then someone tells you, oh, you can store it yourself. And that's when you go and get a hardware wallet. And so a lot of people who like were onboarded last year to crypto are now realizing like they can do self-custody. And so they're going and buying hardware wallets. And so the prices are going way up. You're saying you can get a Gemini account that is insured through Nexus Mutual. Well, and you know, like I say a lot in a lot of my videos, like I think Gemini makes sense if you are not like super familiar with crypto, if you you know, are just sort of getting into it, but like once you've been in for like a little while, I think it only makes sense to like I think you need to be moving exactly what I was just describing, which is like moving to a hardware wallet, moving to like, you know, a MetaMask sort of setup where you have a hardware wallet that's securing your funds, and then
My turn.
sorry, hardware wallet that's securing your funds, and then do self-custody, right? Because then you don't have to worry about Gemini being, you know, solvent, right? If you want to get like centralized returns, you know, if you want to do the Gemini earn thing, and you don't want to do DeFi, then yeah, you have to worry about like, I guess that's fine. Then you have to worry about like Gemini's solvency, but I tend not to. Yeah, I mean, you know, this is my Trezor. I keep it on me to secure shit, and like, I don't know. It's never let me down. I really dig the Trezor. Not to shill it too hard, you know. Like, it's part of the thing about the channel. Is like, I guess technically, like, I'm doing sales, right? Like, I'm selling people hardware wallets, you know, more or less. And I think about that a lot, whether or not it's something that like I really want to be doing, and I'm ultimately like fine with it, but because like I was telling my friends to buy Trezors before Trezor started giving me commission on sales, right? And so like I just think it's a good idea. So I'm gonna keep on fucking chilling for for Trezor. My apologies to anybody who's been watching me for a while. I think I don't attack here. I don't attack here because I can hit it, like I can do this and then hit this next turn, and then all of these will get the 1/1, and I don't anticipate a board clear at turn 5. Turn 6 I'd be a little bit more, you know, spooked, but turn 5 I would not. I will say with playing Gods Unchained with a Trezor is a little annoying, if for no other reason than because you have to authorize like a lot of transactions. Like you have to sign a lot of transactions when you're like buying cards and when you're selling cards and everything like that. And so it gets a little annoying to do. But that's the thing is like a Trezor, a hardware wallet in general, is always going to be annoying, and that's like sort of a selling point. Is like it's annoying, but like of course it's annoying. It needs to be annoying, because that's where that like if it's annoying for you, it's even more annoying for someone who's trying to attack you. And so, you know, again, it's annoying to have to go and like click, you know, yes and you know accept on all the transactions,
Nothing I
but
can't handle?
it's, price is security, I suppose. Okay. So I've got plays. It's a bad idea. Very bad idea.
Answer the call.
So, yeah. So I can do quite a bit here. I can do this. And I suppose this. And then here. Here. I'm going to try and kill this with this, but if it doesn't work, okay. And then here. And then... And bam. Do you pay high gas fees to withdraw when using a Trezor? Yeah, gas fees, so it depends, I mean, like, obviously it depends on what network you're on, you know, but, like, I assume you're talking about the Ethereum mainnet. You're always going to pay high gas fees on the Ethereum mainnet right now. It is just a truth that Ethereum mainnet is, you know, the demand for transactions is really high, and the block space is very low. Not very low, but, like, it's low enough so that... and I just win, right? No need to trade. The block space is low, and so people, in order to get their transactions, you know, included, will, you know, pay a lot of money. What's driving gas fees up? You do not pay gas fees when playing Gods Unchained, which is nice because they operate on what's called a layer 2. It's immutable X. And so, so there's no gas fees, basically. But it's because, oh, nope, that's wrong. There we go. But it's because, you know, this layer 2 of theirs is, you know, it's based on Starkware, and it's a little bit more centralized, and it's ultimately, like, your transactions are ultimately secured by the Ethereum blockchain. So, like, once it does its check-ins with the Ethereum mainnet, then you can look at, like, you know, your cards will always be secured on, like, the Ethereum blockchain, basically. But they exist on this layer 2, on immutable X. So they exist a little bit above the Ethereum blockchain. And that's the area where there's no fees. Sort of like Polygon or Matic, Polygon or Arbitrum or Optimism, ZK Snark, or ZK Sync, any number of other, XDAI. There's a couple of other different layer 2 solutions, but yeah, that's a very low fee environment, and so you'll pay no fees doing immutable X transactions. Yeah, I mean, like, it was funny. Like, I did a KuCoin review not too long ago, and I wasn't like glowingly positive, but apparently people did sign up to KuCoin. And I need to like update my review because like I started getting paid like affiliate stuff from KuCoin, and I was like, cool. So, you know, it's not a ton of money. It's like I think I get like 1% of the fees that people pay on the platform if they sign up with me. So like these people are trading inevitably. I get a little bit a cut of what like KuCoin was inevitably taking, and then I started putting it in Ethereum, and then I realized like they don't allow you to withdraw to a crypto address for free. And I was like, dude, that fucking sucks. I didn't even realize that. It took me forever to figure out, and like a lot more research to figure out that was the case. So I need to update my review and like tell people like, fuck, dude, like don't do that. Like Coinbase and Gemini will allow you to withdraw to a crypto address for free. Celsius too, right? Like CelsiusCrypto.com, I think. I don't know about Crypto.com, but like BlockFi, you know, like. Those other like centrally Nexo, maybe I actually don't know with Nexo either, but Gemini specifically, yeah, 0 fees to throw it to an Ethereum address. Like that should be standard, especially if you're taking fees on trades. And so I was upset with upset with KuCoin because I was like, this sucks, this is dumb. So I am going to finish this game. This is the 10th game, and then I'm going to take a break real quick just to go to the bathroom, but then I'll be back. So keep the questions coming if you'd like, but... Sitting at 6-3, not terrible. These are actually, this is like being my free-to-play account, this is the first 3 losses that I've had on the account. So I didn't start losing until I got to... I don't know, whatever rank we're at now. Hopefully we can get to Mythic before the end of the day. Okay, that's too high a cost. This seems fine. I'm going second. I guess that's fine. I don't really need a 1-drop as much if I'm going second.
Watch your back. Best of luck.
Bro, just got website and jerk off. What is this? Can I ban this person? What can I do? I need to get into my settings, I guess. Fuck this guy? Yeah. Alright, let's see here. Trying to see if I can... Is that person in chat still? No. Okay. Remove. And put user in timeout. Hell yeah. Who is my favorite hero? I think nature is my favorite god. Oh, nice. What are gas fees like right now? Are they relatively low? Weird. No, they are not. So you paid quite a bit for that. Oof. So that hit. Okay, cool. Yeah, I think I like nature the most just because like it's the cheapest, I think. to have a good deck, like a good nature deck, is relatively cheap, and the best like theirs I think are the best cards from the new expansion. Like maybe with the exception of Death. Death has like good new expansion cards. Problem is that the Death cards cost like you could get the new expansion cards, but then in order to have a good deck, wait, so you had a Uniswap order? I assume that's not on. Oh, probably $100. I read that as $1. I was like, oh, so you're using, you must be using a layer 2. No, my apologies. That's. Yeah, I mean, and so I'm like coming up with strategies to do DeFi stuff right now. I'm like I think a lot of it is going to have to do like doing DeFi tutorials, finding the best place for yield. I think it's honestly going to end up being a lot of stuff that's already deployed on Polygon. I think there's going to be some liquidity mining aspects to it, but not a ton. Okay. I don't think... Yeah, their board clear is turn 6. I guess they could do it next turn. Oh, did I just screw up? I think I just screwed up. We'll see. It kills... Their board clear kills everything but this. If they have it. They could play it this turn. I wasn't thinking about it. Akala. I haven't heard about it. What is it? Let's see here. Did they just play it? Ooh, called it. Yep. That was the board clear I was worried about. I think I play this. Oh. And again, just making dumb mistakes. Oh well. I might have been able to pick up that if I had not made that stupid mistake. Oh well. No, Hex is not going to 0. Most likely not. DeFi on Polkadot. See, well, and that's the thing. It's like I don't really mess around with Polkadot all that much. That's a good card. Maybe it's a little bit too expensive for the stat line, but it doesn't feel like a bad card. What do I do? What do I do? I think I just kill it. I can hit face. Can I kill it another way than with the hunt? I don't think I can. I could do 3 damage to it. So I think I just do hunt. And then I'm pretty close, I mean, honestly, to
That's enough for
putting
now.
them down.
Is it really my job to prune back the garden?
I'm not super into NFTs. Boss Cat Rocket Club. What's the value prop? Why is Boss Cat Rocket Club, like going to the moon, as they say? So I think at this point I'm just like, yeah, I'm just like going face. I want yeah, all this is fine. I'm just playing a bunch of shit, and hopefully they do not have another board clear like they had before. So Polkadot is like going through like Ethereum 2017 right now, is what you're saying, more or less. Wow. So I think I actually win because this is my next play. Is it going face? I don't know why are you not just killing this with this? What are you doing? Okay. So now it's got flank. I do not think he can kill both of these. They can kill both of these. Oh, I am wrong. They can kill both of them. Okay, so it's a Cardano NFT thing. Interesting. Okay, I think I clear. So this hits here.
This might be tricky.
This hits here. I can put him at 1 health, but then... Well, I didn't know that Cardano even had like an NFT market, honestly. Like, is it like a vibrant NFT market? Like, I feel like a lot of this is just trading back and forth to, you know, like, it's all, they're paper trades, more or less. Oh, yeah. It's a good legendary card, but I'm sorry. I think it's
My turn.
a little bit past its usefulness, unfortunately. Costs a little bit too much to be super useful, in my mind. Yeah, but, you know, so that's the thing. It's like, if most people bought the Boss Cats, right, and the floor has already, like, jumped, how much more potential? And, like, the problem I have with, like, with NFTs is that it's just very hard to gauge, like, there is no fundamental analysis, really, that can be done when you think about it. Like, maybe I'll do some polka dot stuff. But you see what I'm saying? Like, this is the difference between like thinking about polka dot versus Boss Cat Rocket Club, and you know, no offense or whatever, but like NFTs have social value, right? And so like Bored Ape Yacht Club, for instance, right? Like, it is a social club, and so like the floor price is huge, you know, gigantic to join that social club, right? To be a part of their Discord, to be a part of that community, right? For all the connections that you end up making. If you think about like Friends with Benefits is similar. You know, a lot of these are, you know, Friends with Benefits obviously has a different model though, right? Because like in Bored Ape Yacht Club, you have to have the NFT, whereas in Friends with Benefits, you have to have, you know, enough of the governance token, right? And so the governance token you can see as a little bit more representative of the community treasury. There at least typically is some function to redeem your governance token for part of the treasury, and so like you can start to arrive at some sort of value for that governance token. Whereas like the NFT itself, it's like, yeah, it is the value of that community, but that value is sort of ethereal, right? Like there is nothing tangible that ties that value to any sort of number. And so it's not to say that like, you know, an NFT can't be incredibly valuable. It's just that all of that value is derived socially. You know, it is pure meme, right? And it's not to say that memes don't have value. It's just that for me, it's hard as someone who is trying to be like a cautious investor to say that an NFT is like a good investment. Now, that said, if I saw an NFT and I like wanted it, it doesn't matter, right? Like how much the price is or whether or not I think it's a good investment, because I just want it, you know? Like, and that's sort of the thing that drives a lot of these NFTs is like, if something clicks with you and you like it and you want it, then you just want it. And, you know, unfortunately, I don't know that I want a Boss Cat Rocket. But you see what I'm saying? It's like, you know, yeah, okay, mostly retail individuals want, you know, you want mostly retail individuals to buy the NFT, but like then, you know, who minted them? You know, who benefits the most from the floor price going up? And it seems to me that like as with the case with most NFTs, it's the early buyers and the, you know, the people who generate the NFTs, not even necessarily the artists, right? Although sometimes the artists as well. And so like they benefit financially, right? From the price floor going up and being able to sell to new people, and in that sense it is like sort of a pure Ponzi scheme. but it's like, but you're selling it onto the market, right? And so like people don't really have an expectation of like getting their money back, and they know that they could lose it at any time. So it's not like a true Ponzi scheme. You're not promising something you can't give them, because really all you're giving them is the NFT, right? And I see like profile picture NFTs, which is what this seems like. Again, I don't know. I haven't done a lot of research, but again, those are sort of pure memes. Whereas like when you look at these cards, for instance, these are NFTs, right? These are non-fungible tokens, and there is a marketplace for buying and selling them, and they have utility because there is a platform on which to use the NFTs. In the same way that we might see loot be developed into something that has a platform, that has a game to play it on, with the continued development of the metaverse. It's like a lot of these profile picture NFTs, it's like, well, what do you do with them other than like put them up in your digital house, right? And so, like, yeah, you can have like really expensive digital art, but at that point, they're just like a flex. There's not like utility to them other than like flexing on your homies, and then like, and I don't know. That to me is not like the point of crypto. And so, like, I don't blame you for liking, boss cats, but I am myself not a boss cat, so apologies. But I'm going to open this pack, and then I'm going to take a little bathroom break, and I will be back. Okay. Cool. This is a fine neutral card. This is a good death card. This is a death card that like will go in in basically every death deck. But again, my problem with death, as far as like an archetype, and as far as like the god, is that it's super expensive to make a good death deck. In fact, I played a game yesterday against a death deck that was valued at 1.8 Ethereum. So like to buy that deck, they had 2 Demogorgons and 2, a bunch of Genesis cards, but 1.8 Ethereum. So like right now, close to $6,000. A couple of days ago, close to $8,000. 1.8 ETH is gigantic. And the barrier to being able to buy, like, I could not stomach having a deck that was worth that much. Like, I'm pretty sure, yeah, just a bit ridiculous to me. But anyway, I'll be back. Just pause for a moment. Feel free to throw any questions in the thread, and I'll be back in just a second. And he's back. Just like that. Should I put on music? I should put on music. Is there like a playlist of music that I can just like set on? Do I just do the lo-fi hip-hop beats to relax and study to? Ooh, take the volume down a bit. Okay. There we go. Is that coming through? Yeah? No? Okay. Please, by the way, if you're here and you've not liked the video or liked the stream yet, please pay the like tax to see if we can get a little bit more, you know, movement on the stream. If you have, then thank you. I appreciate it. But I think this is something I'm going to do more often. So I'm going to stream Gods Unchained, I think, during the weekend, during their like weekend ranked event, and then I'm gonna stream tomorrow just like a stream of me working. So like on Sundays I'm just gonna do like, you know, just putting in work and making videos and stuff like that. And so be a little bit of insight into tomorrow. I'm gonna be thinking a lot about HEX and like the HEX video that I'm setting up for tomorrow, because it's going to be like a long sort of in-depth video on HEX, and yeah, should be good.
The calm before the storm.
Maybe take the volume on this up a little bit. Okay. So this kind of sucks for him. But I don't know, I feel like putting out a 4-2 on turn 1 is just not that smart, given that, like, especially at this rank, everybody's running this card, Vanguard Axewoman, like that's the 1-drop. And so we just happen to get a pretty good starting hand for this. And a pretty good curve, you know, this next, and hot damn, we got something to destroy weapons, you know, against a warrior deck. Do I like HEX? I have a lot of very complicated feelings about HEX.
My turn.
Okay. I generally do not. I do not think it's, you know, like an incredible, like it's not some incredible innovation. Dude, Richard Hart is, first of all, Richard Hart is so interesting. And I mean this in the way that I say like Donald Trump is funny. Like I'm not a big fan of like Donald Trump, but you have to admit he's funny, right? Like he's a funny guy. And, you know, that's a lot of like where his appeal came from. And in the same way, I think Richard Hart is an incredibly interesting individual. So this is weird because I don't have a 3-drop to play. So I think I just maximize value here. I don't know if that's a maximization of value, because like it means that like this, you know, I could have used the health of this to take that out and left the 1-drop on the board, but I needed to throw a hero power in there. But yeah, not a huge fan of HEX. Like I don't think it's like an incredible investment. I mean, maybe it's an incredible investment. I think the price is probably going to go up because like the whole thing is designed around the price going up. Just why would you go face there? Doesn't make any sense.
Answer the call.
Okay. But I don't even know that it makes sense to like use this here, because they might have other weapons, and I'm only getting rid of 1 durability, whereas I could be getting rid of 2. What's the alternative? The alternative play is this plus this, which just gets killed by this. I don't think that makes much sense either. I'm not super concerned about my health because he's not threatening a ton on the board. They're not threatening a ton on the board. In this world, I could trade here. Maybe that's the way to do it. Okay, well, never mind.
I
Yeah.
can.
Okay. I didn't know that was going to give me so much favor, or else I might have made a different play, because it would allow me to, like, for instance, well, I wouldn't have gotten that much if I hadn't gone face with both, and then I could have used this, like, sort of to give this taunt, clear that. I don't know. Decisions. Yeah, so we're pretty far ahead. The board clear I'm worried about is at 5 mana, and it would require him to also have a weapon. So we've already sort of done away with that. Here the question becomes, I actually think if I can do this, no, okay, this might make more sense. So I'm gonna grab this to draw a card, and then I'm going to play, because I have the board. This is, again, it's a legendary, but it's sort of a win more legendary because of its low health.
That's enough for now.
Yeah, so this is
Enough of these games.
this is what's so interesting about Hex, is that, like, he says a lot of truth, but then doesn't say, like, sort of the whole truth. And what I mean by that is, like, you know, you're right. He's correct in saying that, like, delaying gratification and not just, like, trading is a better strategy. Do I have a way to win here? Hold on. Let me think about this, and then I'll get back to that question. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I'm close. I can play basically everything, because this attacking will give me 3 mana gems. So I can do this, and then I can attack here, and then I can do this, and that actually wasn't even optimal, because I should have played this as well. But also maybe I could have won. I don't know. Not quite. I'm close. I think I got it next turn.
Let's see how this plays out.
So there are 2 arguments in sort of like what you're saying. Like, his Hex argument is that the equivalent of the price movement in 2011, 1, Hex has already done 10,000x, right? So how much more can it do, right? You know, is it going to do another 10,000x, right? Because theoretically it's sitting at, like, you know, a couple $1 billion in market cap, and what it's not gonna go to several zillion dollars, you know, like, it's not gonna go to you know, hundreds of trillions of dollars. It doesn't make any sense. Like, there are no assets that are worth several hundreds of trillions of dollars, right? So that, like, that logic itself does not make a ton of sense. The second argument there is that, like, it makes you financially free if you get the same sort of price movement. Well, like I said before, the price movement has sort of already happened. Do I win? I win, right? Just clear here. Yeah, I mean, one of the things to remember about that, as someone who was invested in Bitcoin from very early on, and who made, like, quite a bit of money holding Bitcoin, I also sold some Bitcoin. Like, I sold around 20,000. You know, like, when Bitcoin hit 20,000 for the first time, I sold a fair amount of Bitcoin, because I didn't grow up rich. You know, I didn't have a ton of, like, disposable income. And at the time, I was, like, doing stand-up and, like, working as a bartender, right? So I wasn't even a software developer at the time. I had yet to, like, learn how to code. And so, like, my earnings potential was not super high. And that's the thing to remember about a lot of people who are investing in Hex, is most people are poor and most people are in debt. And I was in the same place when I was, like, investing in Bitcoin. And so people need to sell, right? People need to sell to pay their bills, which are denominated in US dollars. So this argument that, like, you know, you see this huge price movement, and then all of a sudden you are financially free, it also implies that there is enough exit liquidity for everyone. And although Hex has like this very high market cap theoretically, because a lot of the coins, 90% of the liquid coins are not moving. And then, there's only a small percentage of the liquid coins that are actually moving, and then another 10%, small dollar investors, what they're doing is they're getting in and then they're staking their Hex for, on average 5 years. And so like they're delaying their gratification, but like, is that delayed gratification going to result in them getting another 10,000x? I don't think so. Second is, if a lot of people start making a lot of money, then they all have to sell. And, despite the fact that it has a high market cap, it has relatively low exchange liquidity. So, the price impact of like millions and millions of dollars of sales, a couple $100 million worth of sales, is going to drive the price really, really low. And like maybe there's enough buyer pressure to sustain it. But because of this low liquidity, I think it is overrepresenting its value. Like, I think it looks like it's worth more than it is because of the community that's been created around it. And like, this is getting a little into the video that I'm ultimately going to make next week, but like the community, the Hex community, Hexicans, right? Like, it's largely a cult, right? And that cult worships not only Richard Hart, but also the price of Hex. And the method by which they worship it is by buying and holding, right? And and never cashing out, right? Never cashing out. Because if all of them cashed out at the same time, it would sort of drive the price pretty low, and it would lose like sort of the narrative that it has now, right? Like Hex has a great narrative right now, because it's seen this 10,000x. It saw the 10,000x when it was at 50 cents. Now it's like hovering around 21 or whatever. But you only want to sell some and then buy, borrow, and die. Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, that's the thing. It's like, this is sort of what I mean when I was saying earlier that I'm not a huge fan of like worshiping the idea of price. If all you're doing is worshiping the idea of price, then like, fluctuations are going to like make you or wreck you or whatever. I think the better way to think about it and the better way to interact with cryptocurrency in general is thinking about what comes next, and start building the future. Like, I think DAOs are super cool. And I think DAOs are going to take over, and they're going to be a new form of like organization, and you're going to have community ownership in those organizations, and those organizations are going to have governance rules, and those governance rules, will dictate whether or not like a shared balance sheet can be spent. And that is an awesome concept to me. I counter his shilling with trying to get him to buy cat NFTs. Yeah, I mean, that's one strategy, bro. Like, that's that's one way to do it. Richard Hart hates NFTs. I don't know if you know that. Like, he like detests NFTs, which I really think is very funny.
My turn.
So here, decisions to make. I could kill this with this, put this out. I could kill it with this, which maybe is a little bit more mana efficient, and leaves me with these cards. The alternative is to play these two, kill it with this, and then have more on the board. I think this is the way. I think it just is a little bit more. See, I'm not about that fucking life. I'm not about like catering to billionaires. I don't think I cannot get behind this idea that we're just like, we're all just like temporarily embarrassed billionaires. Like, we're not. Like, someone should not, like, $1 billion is an absurd amount of money that I don't honestly think people should have. Like, I think it's greedy. I think it's all kinds of bullshit. I think organizing around communities that have like shared interests and engage in things like mutual aid, where like we're all helping each other. Like, this, like, life is tough, it fucking sucks, and like if we can make it a little bit better for like quite a bit of people, then I think that's what the goal of crypto should be in my mind. And so, like, again, to that end, like, building DAOs, right, like, is not just about getting rich. It's about getting to a place where your needs are met, right? Yeah, and I'm sorry, I missed that comment earlier, but yeah, that's sort of the thing, right? Is like a lot of people are millionaires in Hex, and it's a question of like, okay, when are you able to cash out? Is everyone able to cash out? You know, and you know, I think some people will. I mean, I think it behooves Richard Hart especially to like I think he cares more about like being sort of the Messiah than he does about like making like I think he's already a millionaire, already a billionaire, all that shit. And so like so yeah, I don't think he has any incentive to like tank the price and like to do an exit scam. I don't think it's I don't think it would make sense for him. And so I don't think he'll do it. Okay. So, couple options here. It makes more sense, I think, to go wide here. Get this applied to a little bit more than just the one. So, like, because I don't believe, like, Light has a lot of, Light has a lot of like taking down single targets, but I don't think they have a lot of like like board clears, and so I think going wide makes more sense here. I have I could have used that instead of that hit there. I think I just picked this up. Which is dumb because I should have picked this up before hitting my my hero power, but whatever. Is what it is. Yeah, I mean, I think that there will be some sort of like derivative loan platform. The problem with that is that like, you know, if you're using HEX as collateral and there is some sort of event that like shakes, you know, people's faith in HEX, then a lot of those loans will become under collateralized, and you could see the same sort of debt crisis that you saw in 2008. You know, like you'll see runs on the bank and things like that. And so like this idea that you can like then collateralize your HEX debt, and because then in that world like the price has to go up, right? Price has to go up or people are going to get like liquidated. And then like what are they being liquidated of? They're being liquidated of like this non-transferable stake token, you know, like I think that could be a recipe for contagion across like the entire crypto space. So again, it's like it gets to this idea of that like, you know, when you this over financialization of crypto, I get that crypto is like a financial technology in general, but like this over financialization has only led to financial ruin, like in the entire history of like the Western economy. So you know, we'll see. Again, it's part of the reason why I'm just like, I'm not into HEX. I'm like, I'm not gonna invest in it. I'm not advising anyone invest in it. I'm not gonna shill it, but like, you know, I'll be willing to admit that I was wrong once it's clear that I am. Is that true that if you're an accredited investor, you're allowed to earn CEL tokens? That's funny. I guess that makes sense. Like they're like officially like that's them. That's Celsius admitting that they are a security. So, Boss Cat Rocket Club member, why do you like VeChain? I actually know vanishingly little about VeChain. Like I've heard of VeChain, but I've not looked into it. So what is it that you like about VeChain?
Awaken.
Okay, and then doing this. Is it something they just released? Because I guess that makes sense. Is it just me, or do I need to bring down the volume on this, like, end screen? But yeah, to this point about, like, taking out loans against, like, HEX staking and everything like that, it's like, Dude, this is the thing. Is like Hex is so complicated, and people get wrecked in debates with Richard Hart because they choose to debate him on like the merits of this technology he's building. And so like they never know the details that he's gonna know. And it's very easy to bamboozle someone when they don't have like a solid understanding. You can just keep throwing shit at the wall. And so like, you know, I'm sure someone, you know, like I don't know if you saw that I've been watching a ton of Richard Hart content recently, and I'm sad about it, but I have been. Let's see here. Yeah. What do you mean? Like it's a market for counterfeit goods? I don't understand. Takes care of $1 trillion market. Like, is that where I buy and sell counterfeit goods? Or like it stops counterfeit goods from being sold? Not sure what this Russian comment is, but it feels like unwanted commercial spam. Oh, for sure. Yeah, I mean, like, in the sense that, like, Richard Hart is, like a cult of personality. Authenticates high-price goods. So that is an interesting concept. One that I've actually thought a lot about. My partner works in wine. And so I don't know if you saw some of my, like, older videos, but I was on a winery. And I was like thinking about like, okay, how do like, you know, she, because she's like in wine, like will often get quite a few like she'll get emails from people being like, oh, we're doing this wine NFT thing. And to me, it just like doesn't make sense to tie an NFT or to tie like a blockchain to a physical good, because like think about specifically like a specifically thinking about a I kind of want this, but I guess I'll take this just because I can do it this turn. Because like you can just drink a bottle of wine, right? Like, so say you have like this supply chain, you know, logistics thing that is like tied to a blockchain. It's like, well, you can just drink the bottle of wine. And then what happens? What's the recourse for someone whose bottle of wine was, you know, that was a NFT that gets drunk? You know, like what happens to that? I don't know the answer. And so I don't know that NFTs are like great use cases for physical goods like wine. I'd have to see how it's like doing supply chain management, but I don't know that that's $1 trillion market, honestly. Like supply chain management, you know, that's a software solution, right? So, you know, we'll see. So here, I want to just play this, but I'm going to do this instead, because I think this is the most, like, it's just takes it out, gets rid of it. Good. And then, yeah, you know, I don't know that there's a board clear actually that works right now. You could, yep, 6, do the hunt. Yep. Do I have? Let's see. No, not quite. Pretty good, not great. 3, 4, 5. Do I have a way of getting to 9? I don't believe I do. So I think I just do this. Does it make more sense? I think it does, actually, to just put things out and draw a card, because he just used, like, unless he's got 2 the hunts. And even then, I think I have, what 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10? And I think I play this again just in case he has another the hunt. You know, like keep enough on the board to win next turn, hopefully. Yeah. Okay. Okay, blockchain's game. Didn't he invent spam? He did not invent spam, but I hear that he profited from it. I know he gets really mad when someone brings it up that he used to like be a spammer or something like that. He claims that this is like libel, you know, this is made up by someone who hates him. I don't know whether or not that's true, but I do know from his own admission that he. How do you like it?
There is a frontline creature in the way.
That he like was involved in selling mortgage, you know, like identifying people who might want like mortgages and second mortgages in the early 2000s, which was like, you know, one of the causes of the financial crisis of 2008. So, you know, not a great track record, if you ask me, in terms of pursuing markets that have zero risk. Like, and that's like, that is very much Richard Hart to me. Is like, of course he was selling mortgages, and then, you know, like probably shitty mortgages that, you know, led to, you know, the collapse, right, in 2008, and he got out before any of that happened, right? Like, he made his $1 million. He retired in like the early 2000s before any of the shit hit the fan. And, you know, I don't think you can teach a old dog new tricks. You know, I think he's doing largely the same thing. But, you know, again, that's just my opinion. I don't know that that's true. Okay, so blockchain is a great way to store receipts, especially for manufacturers. They can prove the authenticity of their product. However, to sell your pair of Yeezys, you can scan them with VeChain app and know 100% that they're real, and that adds value. Well, but that's the thing. It's like, you know, trustless networks are all about like doing things trustlessly, right? And so, what is the mechanism for scanning a Yeezy, right? Like, is it a QR code? Is that QR code removable? Like, how do you do that, right? Like, in the case of wine, for instance, do you put a QR code on the label? Do you put a QR code like somewhere to etch it onto the bottle? You know, like, you can empty and you know, you can take a cork out and empty the wine and refill it with some, you know, something vastly inferior. You know, like, there are ways to game that system in the physical world, right? Digital, like, blockchains make sense for digital assets, right? Things that are digitally native. I don't think they make a ton of sense for things that exist outside of a digital native space. For exactly that reason, is that like you can game that system, right? Especially when there's like variables like, you know, what is it that is being scanned by VeChain to verify the authenticity of whatever it is that, you know, whatever it is that you're ultimately like producing or doing or whatever. Where should I put this? Make this smaller. Put it down here. I guess I'll move it around when I see what it looks like in game. Let's open a pack. Just got a pack. And so, like, you know, and then the other question is like, why use a blockchain? Like, why does it need to be immutable? Why can't you do this same the supply chain management? RFID chips. Yeah. I mean, you can remove RFID chips. It's like why, you know, like my passport has an NFC or RFID chip. I can't remember the exact name of the chip. And I was thinking about that for a while back, about as a solution for like digital identity, doing things like Bright ID or like proof of humanity using like the NFIC or RFID chip that exists in like a passport. I think social consensus is a better workaround for that. And, you know, I don't know. It's just, to me, again, this idea of like, well, okay, so then how do you put an RFID chip in a wine, right? Do you put it in the cork? You know, like, so, like, even if it is true that, like, RFID chips would work for some things, one, how much do they cost? How much do they increase the cost of production of, like, whatever good it is that you're tracking? And two, like, I don't know that it's, like, possible in all goods. So to say that it's, like, $1 trillion market, I don't know. Well, but see, this is the thing. It's like that. The idea that he was the CEO or CIO of Louis Vuitton, Well, yeah, but like you can witness a ton of profit loss as a result of counterfeit goods. Having an RFID chip will not stop the counterfeit goods market, right? Like I live in New York City, right? And I can walk out on a street in Brooklyn and find five guys selling shitty Louis Vuitton bags, right? Like, and I'm not gonna like, and I don't get like I know they're not Louis Vuittons, right? Like I am aware that they are not real Louis Vuittons, and it doesn't stop people from buying them, and so billions of losses versus billions in potential profits that went to shittier counterfeit goods, I think are not the same thing. Because like the idea that someone bought like a fake Louis Vuitton does not mean that they have the money to buy a real Louis Vuitton, or even that the supply exists for them to buy a real Louis Vuitton. So like of course he has every incentive to say that like this is a solution, and that counterfeit goods are like a huge problem, especially coming from like a company like Louis Vuitton. But I just don't know that like blockchain is the correct solution. You could implement an RFID system in a centralized database. It doesn't have to be a public blockchain. And so it's one of those things that I think is like rampant in crypto right now, where it's like it's a solution without a problem, where like people are applying blockchain to something that doesn't need blockchain. Like blockchain is very good at a finite number of things. It's not very good at everything. Yeah, exactly. People buying the fake stuff can't afford the real stuff, and they know that it's fake. So again, it comes down to this. It comes back to this idea of like even NFTs, right? Like at some point, it's just a flex, right? And so if you think that the market for rich people flexing is $1 trillion, which it might be, like I'm not saying you're wrong, because rich people spend their money on silly shit constantly. And so, maybe it is $1 trillion market, but again, like when it comes to crypto, there's an opportunity cost to your focus. So like what you focus on in terms of like what you're researching, what you're studying, comes at the opportunity cost of thinking about anything else. It's part of the reason why I'm so frustrated thinking about HEX all the time, because I don't think HEX is great, like I don't think HEX is a good technology or like something that I want to invest in. So it's like frustrating to be thinking about it so often, because it comes at the opportunity cost of thinking about like, okay, how do I use Aave on Polygon? How do I use Aave in a zero fee environment? That's something that I want to figure out, and that's something that I want to make a tutorial video on, and so on and so forth, right? How do I build a DAO, right? Like I'm sort of like, I'm trying to build a DAO right now, and I'm trying to think about like how to construct the smart contract and what sort of logic is necessary, what are the voting mechanisms, and what is the community treasury, to what degree is a voting member, entitled to a part of that treasury. Those are all hard problems that require thought, and instead I'm thinking about why HEX is bullshit. I'm listening to Richard Hart talk about why, the vaccine is going to stop your heart, and it's like, okay, Richard, like, so your focus has an opportunity cost. And to me, it's like, unless something is like sufficiently, exciting, enthralling, like I see potential for it to be like truly revolutionary, then I'm not going to try and focus on it. So VeChain, although you may be right, maybe this is, like a good, $1 trillion, market that is going to be usurped by VeChain. I also think that there are ways to do it without a blockchain, and so I don't understand why I would think about it in a blockchain sense. Looks like the game may have crashed. First of all, you could argue that any criminal organization right now is sort of already a DAO, and maybe even an assassination DAO. But yeah, I mean, like a DAO it's why DAOs excite me so much, is because DAOs can be anything, and so I think that shit's pretty cool. Okay. But yeah, whistleblower and assassination DAOs. Now, when you say whistleblower DAO, is that like, or do you mean whistleblower and assassination? Like it's a DAO where they find and kill whistleblowers? Because that already exists. That's called the CIA. All right. Death deck. And again, I don't mind. Like, death decks scare me in Mythic. Death decks do not scare me in like lower ranks. Even like we're approaching gold right now, which is like, I guess okay, but they don't scare me because they're so expensive. Typically, if
The calm before the storm.
typically if they're already
Knock 'em dead.
you know, if they're at this rank, then they don't have like incredible cards. They haven't invested, you know, $10,000 in their deck. Well, I hope for the best for you as well. I really do.
Awaken.
I'm just a guy with a bag of cat NFTs. Yeah, I feel you, bro. I feel you, bro. And honestly, I hope someone buys all your cats, or you keep them, and the social club that, you know, starts to you know, develop around boss cats is fucking sick, dude. I hope it's great.
Answer the call.
Okay. So I made a bad play. Not that bad of a play, but bad enough that I'm sad about it.
Growth requires patience.
And right now, we're just trading back and forth for control of the early board. So again, it doesn't look like they have an incredible deck. They're just, you know, making smart plays with high-value minions. So, Yan 991, good job. Woof. All right, and I think that was a mistake. Will they be punished for it? I think they will. So, let's do this. And this. And I'm gonna make him kill... see, the tough decision here is, like, I could do this, but then that sends... I guess now makes the most sense. Okay, fine. Don't hit one of these two. Oh, cool. Best of all worlds. Alright. Oh, and I want to bring down the... I'm just going to bring down the master volume. Like right here. Did that save it? Okay. Yeah, I mean, you know, that could absolutely exist. I mean, you know, those exist, the assassination one you're talking about and the whistleblower one, they exist in informal markets now. So, so yeah, I see no reason why they wouldn't, you know, also exist. Okay. So, I just play this, do some trades here. They have one card. So we're in an okay place. Not a great place, but an okay place.
Nature is
Okay.
often
We are no longer
unpredictable.
in a great place. We are in an okay place,
My turn.
but not a... Oh! Oh, that's nice. Yeah, that's good. That is good. I can only do... Okay. Yeah, so... I'd rather have a 3-3, right? Than a 3-2. So I think despite the fact that this has was it Rush Blitz, I still do this. Yeah.
Every life lost is a tragedy.
Okay. And then this is... Alright. Good place. Good place. Yep, still a good place. Woof. Not as good. I guess that's fine. I think their board clear is at like 7. Oh, and again, me just being a dummy. I don't know that I had enough beforehand to afford it, so maybe I'm not a super dummy, but like, it does feel bad. Just missing 1/1 here. I guess I could kill it with that. Ah! So I think this is just here, here, and then I get this one for free, and then, you know, I miss 4 damage at face, but that's fine.
This has gone on long enough.
You know, I wondered the same thing. I certainly hope so. I think they're trying to onboard a lot of people right now. I think the hype train has sort of left the station. You know, like, that's annoying. So I'm going to make him kill that. Okay. Cool. I think the hype train has sort of left the station in, you know, in terms of like, you know, I think Axie is going to come down in value, if I'm being honest. I think I do this just... Ah, fuck. That was the opposite of what I wanted, but oh well.
I can do this.
I'm still in a good place. Still in a good place. Yeah, I mean, so I heard, now to give you a little bit of insight, I did hear that as far as like whether or not Gods is a good investment, and just you know, I always have to say it, this is not financial advice. I'm not a financial advisor. But I heard a rumor that most of the Gods Unchained that was sold in like a pre-sale becomes unvested on the 11th of January. And so there might be quite a bit of sell pressure on the 11th, and the price could tank quite a bit. And so from $3 down to, and I don't know if that's true. I do not know that that's true. I still am holding Gods tokens because I have earned like some Gods tokens. And I was like an early player in the game, so I got like the Gods token airdrop. So I'm still holding, and so I'm not saying like definitely sell or take this as like truth because it's a rumor. I would do your own research on this. In fact, like let me see if I can find this Reddit thread where I heard someone talking about it. So their token sale happened September 29th, 2021. They sold the token for 33 cents and 24 cents to early investors. They sold those as Gods tokens. And I can actually, and you know what, I think you're right. I like the art too. I don't think these people have necessarily a incentive to tank the price. Here's the coin list where they announced their like token sale. So you can take a look at that and you can see, but just understand that like a lot of the people who bought this bought in at 33 cents and they bought in at 24 cents. And so $3 is way more than they bought it for. And so they're probably going to take some profits and it's going to drive the price down at least a little bit. And it's 15, 35, it's 35 million tokens that were sold in the initial sale. So, just a little bit, and I hear that comes unvested. Yeah, honor, you can see if you look at that article, there's a lockup. 50% of tokens become freely tradable. So 50%. Yeah, the initial of that 20 million, so 10 million of those will be able to be sold on the open market on or around January 11th. And then the 24-cent tokens will linearly unlock over 12 months. And so I think that the Gods token is going to see some downward price action. I think that there's going to be a lot of new Gods tokens that are hitting the market, and people are going to be able to cash out. So I don't think short term it makes a ton of sense to be buying Gods tokens. But I think post the 11th, once the price gets driven down quite a bit, and maybe even after that, it might make sense. And this is all, of course, this depends on whether or not there's enough demand being driven by the game itself. So like if people start really playing the game and needing the Gods token, then all of a sudden, we could see, upward price movement yet again. And yeah, of course I'm hoping for that. Of course I like the art on the cards too. I like having Gods tokens, but I do expect a price drop in the near future. Me, again, not financial advice, but I do expect that. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, like, this is the thing. It's like chasing memes to me takes so much time. That's why I don't do it. Is that like I don't know if you were in like Dogebonk, right? But Dogebonk, I technically knew about and put a video out about before it like had its huge, like blow off top or whatever. But like finding the next meme, figuring out when to get out, and everything like that. I think if you're just collecting things because they look cool, then yeah, I think that's then that's a fine strategy. But it does seem if you're buying, the Gods token that you expect at least some upward price movement, and if like say it goes down to $1, right, losing 67% of your investment, especially knowing what right, which is that so much of the token will be hitting the open market in the near future. I think I know at least I still hold God's token, but I did sell some, and I sold some, took some profit from it, and then am planning to buy back. Like I have some open market orders at around $1 to get in. And again, I'm not a big trader, but I just happen to like all this is public information, right? And so I expect that trade to be something that makes sense. But I mean, who knows? I don't have a crystal ball. I don't know what's going to happen. But with all the information I have, that's what I expect. You're saying VeChain has a better use case than stablecoins? Okay, sorry, just doing some pruning. I'm done with these loveface.xyz things. Oh, I see. Okay. So this is an annoying thing about Gods Unchained is because it's still in beta, you run into problems like this. And I noticed this a little bit more in these ranks, like these like just under mythic ranks, where like you will connect to a game and then like it seems like the other participant will just not connect, and so you'll end up waiting just like however many seconds until your until the connection times out, which is annoying, but you know, it is what it is. Let's take a look at this while we're waiting. So this is what I was talking about. If anyone interested in buying the GOTS tokens, there was a public sale. Again, at 33 cents and at 24 cents of 35 million total tokens, and those will be largely, or at least they will start their unvesting around January 11th. So in about 3 days, on or around 3 days from now. It could be before, it could be after. Probably will be a little bit after that. But you know, at that time, I would expect to see some downward price movement. Oh, game's on. Have I seen PlayDap? No, I haven't. What is it? You could also link it in the chat. Maybe it's dangerous to allow people to link things in the chat, but if it's a virus, I'll be really mad. I almost feel like this is fine. Almost. Not quite. I want a 1-drop. I want a 1-drop. Is this fine? I don't think it is. I don't think it's fine. I need a 1-drop. I have so many of them. Oh, here we go. Perfecto. Not the best 1-drop, but I'll take it. Just do some beard maintenance. There we go. So what do I do here? I think I kill this, and then I just... mana out this guy. This lady. Hunt Warden. Which, very good card, by the way. 3-4 for 3. There are better cards in the new expansion that fill the same slot. But again, this is a free-to-play deck, so... Wait, what's not? I'm sorry, I'm confused. Oh, PlayDap? It's not a virus? Okay. Well, you know what? That's exactly what someone who was trying to get me to download a virus would say, so, you know... Doing that so this trades, because this trades with both of them regardless. Like, this, you know, he could use this here, but like, also, if he hits this, I wanted it to actually die. Damn, you are streaming me from 35,000 feet? First of all, you're getting a stream on Delta Airlines, so like, you know, I feel like you can only complain so much about your Wi-Fi capability, but no, I understand. It's shit when you compare it to what we're used to. A gaming hosting site. Okay, I'll check it out in between next game.
Awaken.
All right. We're not in a good place. Remember when earlier I was like, we're in a good place? We're not in a bad place. Our cards are more expensive than we would like them to be. The board isn't totally out of control. They only have one card. Oh, nice. I was just in Washington State. Um,
Like watching grass grow.
yeah, see, that's where they get you. That's where they get you.
Growth requires patience.
All right. About how far into the flight are you? Woof. Woof, woof, woof. My God. Okay. Yeah. See, and this is dumb. Feels dumb. Feels like that shouldn't be the way that they go with this, but. Because, yeah, I'm just gonna trade. Okay. Brings this here. Boop. Boop. Okay. There's an argument I should have killed this. Because this hitting this actually is worse than whatever the alternative would have been, but I don't know. I'm happy with my choices. This, what? It'll take 2 turns to do the same amount of damage that would have done to this. Okay, heal it for 1. Sick. So why heal it? You know, it's a question I have.
Awaken.
I suppose this makes sense.
I can't do that.
Alternatively, you know, obviously this and this is a thing. But then it takes this off the board. It's a little bit more mana efficient, I suppose, but... This is leaving the board inevitably, so it only makes more sense
I
to...
do all that I can.
How disappointing.
to keep this damage in here. Okay, annoying. I do not think I use the hunt here, although I could. I think I use this. I guess. Yeah. And then try and... So, this is an option. I think this is a better option. Yeah, I mean, I'll take a look at it. You know, being early to a lot of these things is, you know, has the potential to like make some money, which, you know, I'm not against making money. Again, a lot of this comes down to like the opportunity cost of focus, and yeah, XLM has no transfer. It's because nobody wants to use it. You know, like of course it has no transfer fee. Like, you know, there's no demand for block space. Like that's the thing that's screwing up Ethereum right now, is that like there's so much demand for block space that it's clogging up the network. Sick. And then I'm just gonna yeah. And so, you know, if there's demand, if there's transaction, if, you know, people are trying to make transactions all the time, you know, it makes it hard to do on a blockchain that, you know, it drives the fees higher because there's huge demand for block space. Just trade. I did that in the incorrect order. So one thing to notice there, you know, just a little, you know, I am technically playing this game. One thing to notice there is I should have hit this first to deal 1 damage to it and then traded, because because I traded first, he got more favor because it was like a favorable trade. So he killed, they killed a minion of mine without, killing theirs. If it's just an even trade, then they don't get favor, and so that was a problem with ordering right there. Interesting. Yeah. I mean, I would be curious to know why Coinbase isn't listing it.
Nothing I can't handle.
What's ISO 2022? Okay. So there's a question. Not that tough of a question. Hopefully, this kills this. Hey. Hey.
Until the next life.
And I'm just gonna go ahead and pick this up. Little damage. Argument to pick this up, but Really? That is interesting. Oh, they're so big on Cardano. If you could provide me with a link to prove that they own Boss Cats, I honestly would consider buying it. If for no other reason than if, I don't know what the floor price is right now. It might be a little bit too rich for my blood. But because that's, again, what I was saying earlier is, it's all about community with NFTs, and it's why Richard Hart is making so much money with HEX. It's why the price is going up so much, because more than anything else, they have community. They have a community that is committed to driving the price up, and BitBoy has the same. BitBoy has sort of a similarly cult following. And not to say that people who watch BitBoy are in a cult in the same way that I think Hexicans where I think Hex is a pretty, it's hard to understand it as anything other than a cult. I think BitBoy does put out some good content. I'm not a huge fan, but yeah, I would be I do think that is a solid value proposition. Just from, again, sort of a social standpoint, not to say that it actually is a fundamentally valuable thing, but just that I think that means it may go up in price. Interesting. So does that mean that XLM will start to try and compete with Ripple to do interbank transfers? Because this is my thing with with what you say with central bank coins. It's I don't understand why a central bank would adopt a crypto that it didn't own. They can build the same thing that XRP built. They can build the same thing that Lumens have or whatever. They can build a permissioned blockchain that is for interbank transfers that lowers fees from the legacy infrastructure that they have built, mostly written in Cobalt and running on, ancient servers and whatever. They can update it. And if they're going to update it, I don't know why they would choose to use a company that has built something like this as opposed to something that they just build in-house. I see. Okay. So it's just payments. It's just low cost payments and everything like that. Yeah, I mean, I think there's space for that. I think microtransactions was one of the first things that got me interested in cryptocurrency, and it's so funny that now it's just, especially with Ethereum fees being what they are, it's oh, okay, we can't do microtransactions anymore. Interesting. I did not know that. That the Bitcoin wallet is on Algorand. So Algorand can function as a layer 2 for Bitcoin, or is it doing payment channels? Is it, you know, is it a scaling solution, or is it payment, or like is it a roll up, I guess, sort of to talk in Ethereum terms, or is it a payment channel like Lightning? Um, and then second question, I don't know if you all have done a lot of research into this, but I've been thinking about stacks recently, stacks and Sovereign, which are dedicated like layer twos for Bitcoin. It's like giving Bitcoin smart contract functionality. And so like the argument is that Ethereum has the complexity on the base layer. Bitcoin, however, like keeps the complexity abstracted away on like the layer two, and the base layer is just the money transfer layer. Video about Facebook games and how they will lead to crypto from 2011. Interesting. I mean, like, you can look at like Gala Games, Gala, Gala. A lot of the content they've produced have been like sort of like, it looks like Farmville, you know, it looks like 2011 Facebook game content, and you know, like, yeah, that sort of business model I think is something that is going to stick around, is going to continue to be relevant. And yeah, it was an application for crypto, these like microtransactions and everything like that. That's just sort of gone by the wayside. I think it'll return. I think it'll return, especially as like Ethereum layer 2s gain a little bit more traction, but we shall see. So this is a pretty good hand. This is tough. That's fine. That is fine.
Good luck. Best of luck. The calm before the storm.
Yeah, I'm not even sure who Jesse Shell is. Well, I mean, game designers are already engineering, you know, human behavior, to be fair.
Awaken.
All right, so this is the question I now have to answer. He just played
This is not
Canopy Barrage, right? Randomly deals 4 damage to an enemy. Killed this guy. So, do I think they have another? We've been lifting. I feel like we've been lifting, I can assume, as a man, but I'm not going to. So do they have a second one? You know what? I don't think they do. I think that was their only one. Yo, welcome back. What happened? But yeah, Zerfe, like, to your point, like, game designers could engineer human behavior. I mean, think about Farmville. Farmville, like, so, like, was that, you know? It was engineering human behavior.
my turn.
Okay, so I don't have a way to kill this, which kind of sucks. But I don't know. Maybe I could have made more efficient plays. Maybe both of these needed to come out turn 1. Like, maybe that was the play. Just get a bunch of bodies on the board. Hard to say. What do I have? Turn 4? Oh, this guy bought cards. Well, I guess you don't necessarily. This isn't necessarily bought. In fact, no, it's not bought. Wow. Does this have Blitz? Wait. I don't understand. Wait, what just happened?
Answer the call.
Did I lose a turn? I'm very confused. So, I think next turn is the hunt. 4, 7, we'll see. 8. Oh, no, that's wrong. 11. Okay. So I do what? So this is 3, yeah. This makes sense, right? Oh, shit. Oh, I'm very dumb. I'm very dumb. Who knew I was this dumb?
Every
I
victory
certainly
has
didn't.
its price.
One, two, three, four. So if he puts down a creature with 4 health, no. It has to have 2 health because they're gonna gain 2 health back. Oh, but also I don't have 6 mana next turn because I'm very dumb. Wow, all this could have worked out so well. Oh, I guess that's fine.
Growth requires patience.
I don't know. You'd be surprised. Crypto is has historically been a very tough place to predict
Nothing
price.
I can't handle.
This is exactly what I was afraid of. Man, if only I hadn't been so dumb.
I've done all that I can.
But yeah, I fucked up there. Like pretty badly. I think I would be winning this game if it were not for that mistake. I don't know. I didn't really have any other options. And I'm not trying to justify what happened. I think I just play this.
Nature
Like,
is
I think this
often
is the only option at this point.
unpredictable. You can't avoid this any longer.
This, oof, yep, okay. Well, I think this is just an L.
The next life. It feels like
Yeah, I think, I honestly think it's deceptively simple, you know, and, I don't mean to insult you. I don't know how long you've been in crypto, but yeah, it's like, micro trends maybe, maybe it's like a little bit easier than trading stocks, but macro trends are like a lot harder, like figuring out when, and also thinking about like where to position yourself within the market, right? Like, so technical analysis is fine when you're talking about like the value of maybe like the blue chip stocks, or I mean the blue chip cryptos, so like Bitcoin and Ethereum. Maybe you could even add some other ones to the list, but like NFTs, like who knew? Like think about, Boss Cat's holding NFTs that are, the floor is $1,200. It's like how predictable is that? It's like a lot of it is tough to predict. Oh yeah, like doing the gaudy. Yeah, I mean, this is another point that I'm gonna make tomorrow, or like whenever I end up recording this video. Is there's this like sort of intangible quality of legitimacy that a project needs to have in order to sort of take over, right? And in order to get these like huge price movements like you see in Bitcoin, Bitcoin has been judged. Bitcoin and Ethereum, largely has been judged as legitimate, right? And so maybe you're right. Maybe this like seeing Richard Hart just buy like Lambos and Louis Vuittons and like doing all this gaudy, watch shit. It's like, I don't think that lends to Hex's legitimacy. And so I think it only like continues to further this narrative that there is like some scammy aspect to it. And I think that if you were trying to be a little bit more of a serious person, then maybe it would get a little bit more legitimacy. But like, I don't know. Legitimacy is not everything. Like you can ride hype, but you can only ride hype for so long. So we'll see. Yeah, I mean, I don't really touch NFTs either, to be honest. What I'm saying is that they demonstrate like sort of the unpredictability of the crypto market. You know, this idea that like, you know, CryptoPunks had come along and all of a sudden, you know, these tokens are worth, you know, these NFTs are worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, you know, millions of dollars in some cases. It's like, you know, who saw it coming? You know, it's like a so yeah, again, some of these larger coins may be a little bit easier to predict, but like, you know, I don't know that I would call crypto markets predictable
Good luck.
or easily predictable. Yeah, it does feel strange that you know, he's you know, shilling so much, you know, like, yeah, I don't know about hostile takeover because you can't really take over Ethereum, and he still says positive things about Ethereum. I think what he doesn't like is fees, and I think the reason they don't like fees is because it's very hard to onboard new people when you're asking them to like spend $100 on a transaction. Just getting their money in, you know, costs so much money. It's like, how do you run like a small dollar you know, how do you scam a small dollar investor if like they have to be already committing so much money in order for the investment to make sense? Like think about it. If the transaction fee to do the Uniswap is like to do the swap is $100, and then the lockup is like, well, let's say another $150, right? That means that $150 has to be more than, or has to be less than 40%. Let's assume their like highest, you know, return rate. It has to be less than the 40% that you're getting, you know, from staking HEX. So I'm trying to do the math in my head. Times like 140 over X is 40 over 100. 14,000 divided by 40? 14,000 divided by 40? Yeah, so you have to be investing at least $350.
Like watching grass grow.
Which is just sort of unsustainable.
Victory is in my nature.
Yeah. No, I mean, yeah, I've seen plenty of his streams to also hate that fucking all those fucking watches behind him. It just doesn't make any sense to me. Let's see here. So this plus this and this, and I'll do this actually. I don't think I need this card, honestly. Like, it's hard to put out because of its stats, and it like I never need more mana because I'm always starved for cards. Like I'm a zoo deck. I don't need more mana. Yeah, I mean, I'm also interested to see what, you know, what it looks like to have Pulse and to have like all my coins on the Pulse chain. But yeah, I mean, like I agree with your earlier point. Like he is trying to steal users from Ethereum, and I think he will be fairly successful, you know, in stealing a lot of users. And you know, we'll see where it goes. You know, like. But yeah, I'm interested to see, like, I'm obviously gonna do some, like, I'm gonna do some video of like how to get all your shit off of PulseX, or like how to get all your money, and you know, I honestly don't know what to do, because like, where do you put it? Like, there's not gonna be a centralized exchange that's listing it, so like there's gonna have to be some bridge to go back. I feel like it's just gonna be a closed ecosystem with like fully paper gains. I mean, maybe this is a point to make in the video, is that like, you know, like, how do you get your money out? Like, biggest airdrop, it's only the biggest airdrop if you can actually like move your coins, and if they're just like, if they just exist in the pulse chain and no reputable like exchange, like centralized exchange is listing pulse, then like, how do you ever get your money out? I don't know the answer to that. The idea needing volume in size was only created to make the market make its riches. Yeah, I mean, that's the point he makes in that with Alex Saunders debate, that like volume only, you know, when he keeps on screaming like, you just suck middleman dick, which was funny, but yeah, I mean, like, he's not wrong. Like I said, like, you know, in the same way that Donald Trump spoke a lot of truth, right? Like, a lot of things, like, Donald Trump had appeal and continues to have appeal because a lot of the things he says are true. You know, as much as, like, I don't know, my aunts don't like to admit it, you know. Richard Hart is the same way. Richard Hart says true things. You know, he's not only lying. He's not only lying. He's often lying, but he is not only lying. And so, you know, to that end, he has appeal, you know. And but yeah, I hadn't even thought about this idea of like, oh, I'm gonna be given like a bunch of like coins in my Ethereum address, but then like, how do I ever take them off of Pulse? Maybe you don't. Maybe that's the point. But yeah, like what I was saying about Donald Trump is like, you know, it is undeniable, you know, whether you love him or you hate him, like that Donald Trump lied constantly. Like, still does, you know, loves lying. The guy loves lying. He's a great salesman. And I think Richard Hart is sort of the same way. Like, he does, I don't think he actually lies as much, but he's also a great salesman. I feel like being a good salesman is just like, it implies that you lie a lot and really well. But like, you know, regardless of like, and that's the thing, it's like you can hate Donald Trump and you still have to recognize that like sometimes he was speaking the truth. He didn't only lie.
Awaken.
I guess he could. I mean, does he have any incentive to though? Like, to build anything other than like things that. Like, it's just, yeah, it's gonna be this closed ecosystem. I think I just want to keep doing damage to face. I need to put this out. I mean, like, I'm waiting on a weapon. I guess I just, okay. I'm just gonna put this on then and start doing damage to his face.
The sun sets, the light fades. Day or night, war endures.
So I wonder what my maximum reward actually is for these games, because your maximum reward if you're in Mythic is 25 wins of your first 25 games. If you are below Mythic, the highest you can get is 20, and I think that's if you're already at like shadow whatever, you know, like huge whatever it is. But yeah, you know, it's funny you mentioned like the merch thing, like buying Pulse merch on
My turn.
Pulse Chain, because like what was I thinking about this the other day? It was like it was Gods Unchained. I was like, you know, so like I do enjoy this game and I think it's fun, but like why can you I can't buy packs with Gods tokens. So like I can earn Gods tokens with by playing and everything like that, but I can't buy packs with Gods tokens. You can only buy packs with Ethereum. And so or like with Ether. And I was just like I was like, dude, fucking scam confirmed. Like let me buy packs with the stuff I earn. But I guess you gotta get some outside investment, whatever. But it was frustrating to me. I was like, ugh. Let's see. Okay. I'm going to take a break real quick just to go to the bathroom. And then I will again be back. But... Oh, okay. All right. I am so happy for your gain. Congratulations. Well, let me ask you this, Boss Cat Rocket Club member. What is your exit price? What's the price that you would, that if it like hit that price, you'd be like, okay, I'm selling immediately. Do you have any listed? You know, are you just shilling your bags, or like do you know like what's your name your price? How much do I have to pay you to buy one of your cats? I'm not gonna buy one of your cats. Let's see here. Okay, I'll be right back. Think on that. Think on that, Boss Cat, and let me know what's your price. Primerica, I believe that's like a just a pyramid scam. But I don't know of it. I know vaguely of it, but not much. That's all I know of it. If anything, it is associated in my mind with pyramid scam, but I don't know. 20K. All right. Yeah. 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 I mean, you know, that is the argument for like the alt layer ones, you know, like Cardano, is low fees, you know, and we'll see if Ethereum can, you know, because Ethereum has the market share now. We'll see if they can transition into a low fee environment. You know, I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine, whether or not they actually will. Again, okay, another copy of this, which is not bad. I guess I could make a deck that does something with this, like a zombie deck might make sense. This is another, like an okay card, good neutral card. This is also fine. Wards are okay. But nothing I want to put in my deck. I do think I want to take out... Yeah, well, we'll see. Like I said, I really do hope that you sell all your cats for $20,000. I really do. But, you know, it's just not my bag, baby. Yeah, 2 years from now, wait for the book written by Botrox Claire. NFTs totally are my bag, baby. Boss cats. I had the opportunity to buy a boss cat for, what, $1,400? And I missed it. Please keep coming back and reminding me how much money I lost as a result of not buying a board cat or a boss cat. I hope it's not too much. I hope I don't end up too salty about it. Okay, so I need more low cost. Like a 3 cost would be fine here. Something high value. I just don't have, you know, there's a free to play deck, so there's not a ton of high value stuff to like add in. This is an option. This is early removal. Card draw. Might be worth thinking about. Like I said, this is a not terrible low value, you know, low cost minion. Same with this. If I had another one of the 2/1+1/+1s, I would add that in, but I don't. Maybe this? +2 health? Not terrible. Especially given that I have so many creatures with regen. Like giving this is not bad. Okay, I've convinced myself. Yeah, I've convinced myself. Yeah, maybe I'll experiment with it a little bit more. I am sitting on some Cardano, and so maybe I should like make use of the ecosystem. Like I you know, I obviously have like, you know, not a ton of super positive thoughts about Cardano, but like, you know, I also don't have a ton of like negative thoughts. I do like, it is an impediment that, you know, it is hard to code in Cardano, but I don't know that that's like a killer, you know, like. People will eventually learn the coding language, and eventually dApps will deploy on Cardano, I expect. So, you know, maybe it's worth it. You know, what I think about often, as you may have heard me mention quite a bit, is like opportunity cost. And so does it make more sense to be in Cardano and be like developing, you know, going with the development of Cardano versus like doing DAO shit on Ethereum? I don't know. But, you know, that's what I was saying earlier, you know, like NFTs are one of those things where just like, if you like the art, you're going to buy it. You know, the demand, it's not so much a question of like whether or not you think it's a good investment. It's a question of like, do you like it? You know, does it spark joy? Okay, so this is a great hand, but I want to have more higher, because I'm going second. I do want... that's fine, I guess. I don't think this might be a control deck, so like I don't know that I'm going to be dealing with as many creatures. But like having the option of being able to kill something is not bad. So I'll keep it.
Godspeed.
I'll keep it.
Best of luck.
So there's a project that will remain unnamed that offered me a fair amount of money to like basically shield their project pretty early on. That was a Cardano project that I actually just left their Discord. But I didn't end up making the video because like I wanted to do an interview with the founder where I was going to ask about some of the problems I had with the project, and they just like sort of waffled on it and wouldn't talk to me after a certain point. And so like I ultimately came away thinking it was a scam, and even now when I like go to their website, it looks the exact same as it did when we were talking about this, which was like 9 months ago. And it just doesn't inspire confidence, and I see a fair amount of Cardano projects looking an awful lot like that. And so again, I hope to see more development in the ecosystem, and maybe that will spark my interest a little bit more. But right now, I'm like I said, more focused on thinking about Ethereum DeFi and Ethereum DAOs. Music NFTs are something that's interesting to me, and I haven't listened to Avenged Sevenfold for many years, but yeah, when I was in 2008, I was listening to a lot of Avenged Sevenfold. Okay, so this is pretty easy to deal with. Do this and this, but it does look like a control deck, and it does. I feel good about where we are. This is so we got to be watching out for 5 mana. The do 2 damage to everything, and then the 7 mana do 5 damage to everything. I can't remember what the name of the cards are, but it's like functionally Blizzard and Flame Strike if you're familiar with Hearthstone. And so something to be on the lookout for and to be wary of. So I don't know if this is a bait or not. That hit makes me think that they don't have the Blizzard, which again is 5 mana here. Could play it next turn, because they expect me to hit this here and then kill this with a Mage Bolt, right? Because if they didn't, if they had it, maybe they would hit face, or maybe that's like trying to bait me, because like if I know they don't have it, then it makes more sense for me to go here, here, here. For 4 mana, but then I'm putting more 2 cost minions on the board, or like 2 health minions on the board. I don't want to do that, so I'll just do it like that.
Cosmic scales must be kept in balance.
Because now, like, that card, even if they have it, doesn't. I mean, like, it clears these 2, but it leaves this as a 5/3, which is not great for them. Yeah, they're having to make some tough decisions. Okay. Okay, and so this now.
Answer the call.
It's here, and again, this comes back to that ordering thing I was thinking of. Just getting out of loss out with Warner Brothers. Yeah, I mean, okay, now I gotta make a decision. Do I want to just put this down? I think I want to push a lot right now, because again, I'm afraid of 7 mana, and so I want to kill this. I want to kill them fast, because I don't have a ton of minions that exist above 5 mana. I go like this because it's a free-to-play deck. Like, I'm much more comfortable being wide, which leaves me open to getting board clears. or having my board cleared. Okay. Okay.
My turn.
Okay. So this is pretty simple. I think this is the better option. It has 1 armor. M Shadows, is M Shadows the lead singer of Avenged Sevenfold? That sounds right, but I don't know for sure. Yeah, so like not needing a record label, like yeah, of course. I mean, like I think that narrative is technically true, especially with music NFTs, but like one of the things to remember is that like Avenged Sevenfold already like has name recognition. People know Avenged Sevenfold. And so like of course they don't need the exposure that a record label would give them, but like an artist who's just starting out might still need a record label even if they're able, like SoundCloud exists, you know, like you could release an album on SoundCloud.
Awaken.
I guess I just do this. And you know, so like maybe like music NFT, but I also just like, you know, and maybe it's something different, but like think about like the people that say like right click save as attack, right? Like doesn't make a ton of sense, you know, obviously like there's some question of legitimacy that exists in crypto. Okay, so what do I do here? It's about to be 6 mana. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Very close. Well, let's see what happens here. Yeah, I think the answer here is just to go face and say you can't clear everything.
Like watching grass grow.
Well, let me foresee first. I guess I should have done this first. I actually don't really want either of those. Actually, that's fine. Because this way sort of has to clear and has to put out a ooh, that's nice. That would have been nice to have in the last round. But so because now a tornado does not win him the game, because I have a weapon that I can use to hit him in the face for 1. Hit them in the face for 1. They could buy this and heal themselves, you know, if they do a lot of trades. Can't play tornado with it though, so it means they're gonna have to clear with everything on board. Oh, so you're saying because it's denominated in ADA, when the price of ADA goes down, the floor of CNFTs go up because people are demanding more ADA because ultimately it's being priced in dollars? Is that the argument? I think. Yeah. Okay.
Answer the call.
Okay. So I could go for the moon. This is a 25% chance to win the game. Alternatively, can play this. Actually, yeah, this makes much more sense. So clear the board. Take that.
Awaken.
Okay, and
This I did not foresee.
yeah, sorry, bud.
Our
Cool, 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 cool. Okay. Ooh, shielded. So I think Solar Gold is like right below Mythic, but I'm not actually sure. Let me see if I can do some digging real quick. So first, let's see. What are the rewards for weekend ranked? So I think I started as either Twilight or Midnight Shadow. Okay, so there's Solar Gold and then Ethereal Diamond, then Mythic. Okay, so I think I started either Twilight Shadow or Midnight Shadow. So I think 17 is the highest amount of wins I can be rewarded for. Which kind of sucks. But what am I at now? 14. And I have 14 and 4, so that means I have 18 games. So I have 7 more games I can play, and I need 3 more wins. So if I get 3 wins out of the next 7, then I get, you know, core rare packs, expansion, some expansion epic packs. It's pretty cool. And then, yeah, obviously the mythic prizes are just so much better. And then what else did I want to look into? Oh, just figuring out what the ranks were. Okay, cool. And then also, I want to see if I'm... So you can typically see... I don't know if this is only true if you're already mythic, but... No, not there yet. But you can see your win rate and everything like that. I think it's only... They only, like, do it for mythic players, though. You can see how many you've won, and I could just confirm that this 14-4 number is correct. Pretty good. Pretty good opening hand. Do I keep that? I think I do. Against War.
You'll make it through. Well, parts of you will.
best of luck. The calm before the storm.
Oh, Playdap, you're right. My apologies. I will do that. I will do that next. I'll queue it up. Okay, I'll wait to take a look at this after after this game's over.
Answer the call.
Okay. So I think I do. Like I said, oh, already paying dividends. Wow. Wow. Ugh. Of course he has a card that's certainly worth playing. Oh, and there's that other card showing up that I said was okay. Well.
Awaken.
Alright, well. This is tough. I'm in a tough position. I think this is the... I mean, literally, it's my only play. I would very much like to be playing this before I play this, but, you know, absent being able to do that. I mean, the Wild Root Staff is not actually that good of a card. It's like like I was saying earlier, it's like a win more card. So you already have to have a board sort of established. It doesn't have blitz, so like you can't, the turn you play it, you cannot actually like make use of it, which is why it makes more sense to play this before playing something like this. Okay. Okay. So, not much to do here. I think I just sit. Because I don't want this to trade. I don't want this to hit this. Because next turn, I want this to only have had 2 damage done to it. Because next turn I want to play this and kill this. So, I'm just going to leave them rather than attacking face. Woof. Cool. Yeah.
Awaken.
Okay. Plan executed. Wow. All right. All right. Let's take a look at Play Dap. Okay. So already one thing I will note is that this website was clearly put together a while back and has not been updated. And I know this by the inclusion of Libra here. Libra is the now defunct company that Facebook attempted to start their own like sort of non-dollar pegged stablecoin, which I actually dug the idea of a non-dollar pegged stablecoin, but noticed that that was a very dangerous idea for governments, and so the U.S. government shut it down. But this vision still has Libra included pretty prominently on it. Also Clay, which is no longer like. Also, why would they include BCH and not Bitcoin? Sorry to shit all over this project, but initially those are like red flags to me. XRP is not a smart contract platform. So to what degree are they leveraging their gaming, whatever to be on the XRP or BCH blockchain? And again, Libra no longer exists. So what I would ask is okay, so now let's take a look at, don't like this, I would much rather these be, because this could be a, like a non-real development team. There's no link to their LinkedIns of any kind. So I don't know who they are. They're listed on Bittrex. So what's the coin? What's the coin? PLA. So let's do a little bit of investigation here. Huh. 201, eh? Woof. So vast majority in 2 wallets. Vast majority is in 2 wallets. Do they have a white paper somewhere? No commits since June 22nd, 2021. So, you know, more than 6 months of no development, and no development before or after. I don't know, not a ton of confidence. So there's some form of airdrop, like this token was just given to people, I take. It's a public airdrop. Just any amount, as long as the owner, so it seems like there's no cap, there's just, you can just airdrop as many as you want, or at least the owner can. Wait, so only the owner can view the ratio, but also only the owner can set the ratio, and they can set it at any time they want. Only the owner can publicly withdraw. Like, notice how all of these are, so the owner of the contract is the only one that can call all of these functions, right? I don't know how to go into this detail with, I don't know how to read Cardano smart contracts. Like I said, it's a tough language. I haven't learned it yet. But yeah, no confidence in PlayDAP, unfortunately. I'm sorry. So yeah, it does not look like a fair launch, you know, sort of like here, let's take a look at Etherscan. Okay. Like, let's look at God's Unchained. So Immutable X, the company, right, holds 431 million X. Or, I mean, sorry, 431 million of the Gods Unchained tokens. So, vast majority, right, held in one wallet. But this is a known entity. We know who this is. We know that they're giving a lot of it away. They have a white paper that tells you what their like fee schedule is, what their vesting schedule is, how much is given to the initial developers, and then like, you know, how much they're giving away a ton, right, to incentivize play, right? So this is a distribution, although it is, again, also pretty disgusting, doesn't look like fair launch. You can also see a lot of these other, like, this is their initial, like, sale, right, to CoinList. This is their second sale, or the first sale, second sale. Here's the bridge. There's a bunch in the bridge contract. You know, there's a bunch on exchanges. And then you start to see, okay, these are the holders. These are the people who hold. You know, some of them are like, this is just locked in liquidity, right? And so all these are holders, right? Vast majority is given to the development team to give out, you know, whenever they so choose. So. Well, and that's just, you know, like that's you know, that just stuck out to me. I was like, oh, Libra doesn't exist anymore. So, and so like, you know, but also like take a look, if we take a look at this and then look at, let's look at their source code. No, not there. Well, I mean, but even if we're just like looking at their white paper, you see they're updating it, you know, in 2021. You see like development as it's happening. They're a little bit more transparent about the things that they're doing. You know, and let's look at where they talk about their token distribution, right? So 34% of that stuff that's vested, you know, of the 80, you know, when we look at this, right, 34% of that is going to play to earn rewards, right? Some of it is going to Gods Unchained Reserve, right? So that's just for them to continue development. And then, you know, this community and ecosystem fund, we know what their like distribution schedule looks like, right? And you can find a white paper and you can see, you know, we can hold them accountable because all of this is trackable on the on Etherscan, right? But if you're looking at a token where there's like, okay, they've given themselves a lot of it, why would you want to, you know, like, what do they plan to do with all of that? You know, like, what plans do they have? Ionis. I don't know how to pronounce your name, unfortunately, but hello and welcome. Glad you could make it. We're looking into the Gods Unchained token, talking about, you know, giving it sort of a comparison to PlayDAP, which is something that I'm just now looking into, but is also theoretically a gaming studio that is putting out games and things like that, but they are not nearly as transparent or updating as much as the Gods developers and the IMX chain and everything like that. Also, another thing to think about is this is not only is this not just the company's holdings, this is all the Gods tokens that are sitting on the Immutable X layer 2. So when I go to like when I go to market.x.immutable.com, this is where the buying and selling happens of individual cards. And you can see all these right now are denominated in Gods tokens. And so you can go to your inventory, and I don't think I have anything in my inventory right now. Yeah, I have nothing in my inventory. And so there would be a little inventory here that showed you how many Gods you have. But I happen to have none. So, and hopefully that will change. Let's see actually if they... Because I did play Weekend Ranked last week, And so I should be able, you can go to godsunchained.com, God's tokens, if you play the weekend ranked, and you can claim your tokens down here every week that you play them. But maybe I'll have to wait until 7 o'clock tonight, because 5 days after Monday at 4 p.m. PST is technically Saturday at 7 p.m. EST, which is where I am. So yeah, ways to claim God's tokens. Those will exist on Immutable X, and so of course they'll look like this in Etherscan regardless, because they're locked in the Immutable X contract. It's not saying that this is all one person. It's that this is all the God's tokens on the layer 2. Anyway, okay. So, all right. So with that out of the way, let me delete some of these. I need to like up my live stream game, especially if I plan on continuing live streaming, I think. Because like I don't have a bot that is automatically like doing any sort of moderation. I also am just moderating myself right now, so. All right, so trying to get that 17 wins, 2 away. Yeah, Bosscat, to your point, people judge an NFT project off of only off of the way their website looks. I think that there is an aspect of that, but I also think like a good website obviously is important, I think, to any like blockchain project, because like developing a website is so much simpler than developing a smart contract. And so if you can't develop a website, like who's going to trust you to do any sort of like blockchain stuff? But secondly, like ancillary to that, I would say one of the most important things is that this is fine. Is community. Like Bored Apes are valuable not because a Bored Ape necessarily looks super cool, although like some people may just like the way it looks, but also because of the community that sits behind it, right? Like the Bored Ape Yacht Club is an exclusive club that you can join by having a Bored Ape. And so like as you see other people who you respect or like investing and having these coins and tokens, you are also incentivized to get into it. Okay, so this here, this here. Clear the board. This is a warrior game, so fighting for early game board control is paramount. Very important. And hey, it looks like we got it. So.
My turn.
Yeah, I think this is, even though it's not as mana efficient, I think this is the way to go. Opens up this plus this next turn, which will be nice. Yeah. I really want to get this out. So we're both down to very few cards. Their cards may be a little bit higher value than mine, so we'll see. But okay.
Followers bow to none.
We're in an okay place. We're gonna have to deal with some protected minions, I imagine. Oh, no fun. Okay. But that's not too bad. And they're also top decking now, so I guess I just do this and this, 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 and this. And I can pick up a card
Enough of
next
these
turn.
games.
Probably this one, depending on what is played here. Okay. You gonna give it protected? Yep.
Awaken.
Okay. And I'm just gonna take both of these.
The sun sets, the light fades. Day or night, war endures.
Yep. Not a lot to do here. So and 1 mana away, or one
Let's see how
health
this
away. So
plays
we'll see.
out.
We'll see if he's able to do anything. I doubt it. I doubt it, but okay. Sick.
Nature weathers. All.
Okay. All right, final boss. I think that's fine.
The calm before the storm.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Oh, thank you. I go first. Oh, okay. All right. Hmm. Okay.
Answer the call.
Seen this before, and probably a bad move. And I'm just gonna leave that 1 mana on the table so that I have 2 damage next turn, possibly 5 damage next turn.
Awaken.
Okay, and here I'm just gonna. I got the 3-drop, so may as well just. Oh. Always. Man, people always playing
Answer the call.
cards that make sense to play. Well, I mean, I could just kill it, but then I'm not really left with anything to do afterwards. Like, I'm not developing a board of any kind. I guess just... yeah, don't love it, but why not? Get some good trades in, get some value, put things on the board. Dumb. Yeah, just not getting a lot of, not getting a lot of traction here. Nothing much to play. I guess I just do this, trade. Yeah, I'm getting behind because I just have nothing of value to put out. Okay, I guess that's a fine target for this. If I can hit it. Yeah, it just feels kind of bad. I guess it worked out. Didn't really. Like, I'm able to clear the board, but like I'm running out of options. I mean, I guess I can't pull 1-drops all day, but maybe I can. Oof. Shouldn't jinx myself like that. Okay.
Awaken.
And I really think I just played this because I need to be able to play cards. Do I take this? I think I do. Interesting. Yeah, I think it's here. And then I guess it's just here. Okay.
My turn.
So, and then I guess I just start getting in it. Right? And then I will foresee. See if I can't find something worth playing. I don't want either of these. Okay. Okay, well, I think I maxed out on wins, but I am gonna keep on playing just to make sure. Okay, I'm going first. So having a 1-drop better than not having a 1-drop. Guess this is fine.
The calm before the storm.
Constantly have this
Don't
charging Oryx
disappoint me.
chilling in my hand. I guess I have 2 of them, so it's not that ridiculous. But still. Okay, all right. In a not wonderful position, but not a terrible position. I guess I just trade. Okay, they've got legendaries. Cool. Well, joke's on you, buddy, because I don't. Okay.
Awaken.
So, a couple interesting potentials here. I think the most interesting is just this, though. And he can ping me if he wants. 2 of these chilling in my hand, not great. These are dead cards for like a long time. And so I'm going to have to make do with top decking, basically, for the remainder of this game, really.
My turn.
All right. Well. Which is very not good against Mage, because Mage is like, you know, they want a long control-y game. I do not want a long control-y game. Okay. So, I guess here, and then here, and then there, but, you know, like I also don't have a ton, you know, at the like 5 and 6 mana level to sustain me. Yeah, I mean, I guess that was inevitable. Actually fine with bad. Weirdly enough, in this situation. Okay. One of the better cards I can get, but not a good card. Foreseeing a card, interesting. Good.
Answer the call.
Okay. One of the better options I could get there, I suppose. Ordered that incorrectly because that allows me to pick this up.
Awaken.
Wow. Okay, so not drawn so hot, but I do have my Oryxes next turn, which is nice. Woof. Okay. Is this sitting on like an 8-drop? Or it must be a 7-drop. I don't know.
The audacity. I
Okay.
value my personal space beyond all else.
Well, that is too bad, buddy. Ooh. Not a bad card. Not a bad card. Unfortunately for him. Forgot another one. I wonder if he's going to put down cards at all. Ooh, cards. Yeah, so what makes the most sense here? I think this plus this plus this. Because this is a 2-turn counter now.
Now I must rest.
The deal 6 damage card is obviously a problem. Cool.
Let new life spring forth.
Oh. Okay. Is this fine? I think it's fine. Maybe I want something. Okay, sure. Why not?
The calm before the storm. Best of luck.
Best of luck to you. Okay,
My turn.
annoying. I'm just gonna play that.
This is not the way.
So they've got cards. Interesting.
Awaken. This is not the way.
Okay. All right. Put down
My turn.
anything. Annoying. I guess I just put it down. I mean, like,
What exactly do you think you're doing?
I've got a hand that's so much like responses to shit.
Answer the call.
Not a lot of proactivity. Well, that's fine.
Honesty is so dull.
My turn.
Let's
Okay.
go get him. I'm right behind you.
Kind of sucks. Okay.
Answer the call.
Finally, a challenge.
I do wonder which card they got.
Is it really my job to prune back the garden?
Interesting.
Answer the call.
I hate getting my hands dirty.
Cool.
Awaken. The bigger they are, the more they suffer. Hey, what's that over there? Well, at least they tried. We all have our limitations. Every life lost is a tragedy. That's enough for now. Their plan can't be that obvious. My turn. Nothing I can't do.
Wild.
Awaken. That one looks delicious.
Not in a good place, obviously. Been getting a lot of, yeah, getting controlled quite a bit. Not getting a ton of high value cards. And just getting generally kind of wrecked. A dance here would wipe my board, which obviously not great. Yep.
Answer the call.
Well, this is fine.
This might be tricky. Growth requires patience.
One of the better cards I could have gotten. I don't know, you know, what control shit they still have in their hand, but they still have 4 fucking, yeah. Yep. Yeah, just too much control. Like, this deck does not do good, or does not do well against heavy control decks. And that's unfortunate, but, you know, I guess it's sort of name of the game. Yeah. Like, surviving this long is just never gonna be a recipe for success. Especially when they stole, you know, they stole my 7-drop. Like, yeah, they're gonna do alright. So,
Nature
yeah,
is often
alright.
unpredictable.
GG. I honestly do not think that there's much I can do at this point.
Answer the call.
Even that, you know.
All right, let's dance.
Like, yeah, still a loss, unfortunately.
Time to pull some weeds.
Well. Okay, I can still get to 20. I have 2 more games. Oh. Maybe I'll get something interesting. Something a little spicy. Let's see here. This is good. Interesting. Seems like a pretty good card. Okay. That also seems pretty good. Okay. But, all that aside, I can... So what did I add? I added that card, which just doesn't feel like it does enough. Maybe it does. Maybe I get rid of one of these. No. Okay. There we go. And I think we're fine here. Do we only have one of these now? Maybe that's the move. It's getting more 4-drops, because those 4-drops are just such high value. And this is not incredible value, so okay, alright. Change it up just a little bit. Maybe I'm overreacting because I did just go, what, 18-5 with that deck? Or at least the majority of that deck, so... You know, maybe I should, you know, start building my deck for control when I know that, you know, not playing mostly control. Most people at this rank are not playing control. even at higher ranks, are not usually playing control. I'm usually playing either mid-range or aggro. But make it a little bit more mid-range, a little bit less aggro, I think, is probably the sustainable direction to take this in. Honestly, a pretty good hand. I think I keep this, especially against that hero power. Like, just start winning the board early and then hope to draw into... Wow, okay.
Best of luck.
Sorry, bud. This is possibly one of the best hands I could get. It's an Amazon deck?
My turn.
Interesting. So I want to clear the board of Amazons, if that's not clear, because there are some cards in here that will buff. Like if they're doing an Amazon deck, then they have the Amazon buffs, I guarantee you. And so I want to make sure. Man, this is honestly pretty nasty. Like, almost unfair. Like, ugh. Well, now it's fair. Confusion gets me again. Oh, they have cards. Pretty good card. I really want one, and I am sad that I haven't drawn one yet. But so far, none of these are Amazons, so that's fine.
My turn.
All right. Okay, so let's try and do this. Yep. This here. This here. And I'm just fighting for board control. I'm making sure that I am in control of the board, because that is like the nature of this deck, you know, especially with this hero power. Yep. Okay. Cool. All right, final boss. Trying for that 20th win. And just upped into a new solar gold, I guess. So we'll see. It's gonna be the final game for all the marbles. And I actually kind of want it to be a mirror. I mean, I do not expect to get as good of a draw as I got last time. Okay. All right. All right. So, Warrior, known quantity, might have good cards. Likely has good cards. I'm going second. So I don't mind having these cards, but I do want to fight for early game board control. This is not going to be typically very good. Maybe it means that I don't even keep it. Okay. That's better. What do I get rid of? I think I get rid of this. Yeah. Yeah, that's fine.
You'll make it through. Well, parts of you will.
Best of luck.
Okay, so what do you got? What do you got? What do you got?
Calm before
Nothing.
the storm.
Interesting. Okay. Charging Oryx. Welcome. Welcome to the hand. Did not really want you here, but you know, good on you for making it through regardless. By the way, if this is going to be my last game, but if y'all want to ask any questions about crypto or about HEX or, you know, whatever it is that you're wondering about, I will answer questions. So, wow. So, good cards so far. So far, pretty good cards. This is a card that you have to buy, more or less. It is a bot card, as you can see. Okay. I think I just up the pressure, throw out a 5/5, and then I still have the option of killing this next turn, assuming I can deal with whatever else comes out, which I probably can. But yeah, very responsive hand to start from the where I didn't have a way to get rid of that weapon charge, which kind of sucks. But oh well. All right, so here I start with this. Hope it kills this. If it doesn't, you know, that's just peachy. And I'm gonna throw this down just for another body. I know it kind of sucks not to have been, you know, not to play the 1 damage, but, you know, whatever. Here's what it is. Okay. In a good position, in an alright position. Taking a lot of damage to the face. That is for sure.
Answer the call.
So, okay.
Let's see how this plays out.
The weapons are a little annoying, and it would be nice if I had something to deal with it, but there's nothing in the Sanctum to deal with it. I have not drawn my only answer for it. Oh. He's got cards.
This is not the way.
Not too many cards. Like the existence of this card makes me think that this is like largely free to play. Bought a couple of cards like this one. I mean, I don't know, maybe you forged that one, but
Awaken.
blows my mind that you would be able to forge like this before being able to forge either of these. So this looks bot to me, but oh well. It's okay. People can buy cards. It's like the whole thing, right? Like NFT, digital card game. Man. Yeah. So not much to do here other than throw this out. He's been able to deal with everything I put down,
Limitations.
The
which
sun
kind of
sets,
sucks, but
the light fades.
you know.
Day or night, war
I just don't I don't have the sustainability of a larger deck. So like if I had been able to buy cards, if I had been given gods this this week, which hopefully I will be given gods next week for having played this week, I would have bought a couple like the pangolin. I would have bought the pangolin. I would have bought the why can't I remember its name?
My turn.
This is a bot card. Interesting. Okay.
stand your ground.
Growth requires patience.
Pangolin would have been great here, but
Followers
oh well.
bow to none.
This
Yeah.
is not the way.
Oh, this card's bought too. This is a great neutral card, and one of the first things you should buy. Oh, okay. All right, buddy. Calm it down. Yeah. we are pretty well fucked in this game. I think the final boss might have gotten us.
That I can.
Yeah. How you have legendaries like this and you're still not in Mythic? I mean, come on. Okay. What are we waiting on?
Awaken.
All right. Okay.
All right, game face.
Interesting. All right. Interesting developments here. Okay. All right. We got a shot. We got a chance.
Hurricane.
But this is our largest card, so literally nothing past this. And we're top decking, and he has 3 cards. So, doesn't look great. Does not look great, chat, but, you know, maybe we'll pull it out. I doubt it, but maybe we'll pull it out. Okay, interesting. Okay. Now, okay. Yeah.
Well, that was amusing.
Answer the call.
Good. Yeah, so this is like a mid-range warrior deck. And, you know, they drew a lot of their early game removal, which, you know, us as a pretty early, like, zoo-ish aggro deck, you know, makes it kind of tough. You know, you have to roll your, you know, you have to roll pretty seamlessly into your much higher value cards. And we did not do that. And so, you know, a bunch of these like 5, 6 cost, I mean even 4 cost, like, yeah. And just these value like expansion cards, like they're just gonna crush us in the end. You can tell which ones are bought and which ones are not by which ones like are meteorite. And I guess not necessarily bought, although likely.
My turn.
You know, you can earn these cards, but, you know, if you want a really classy deck, then you sort of just have to buy it. Yep. Alright. Well, and there's nothing in our deck that is gonna destroy this. Like, just literally nothing. And yeah, I think that's that. So 19-6 is the final count. Which, okay. Why not? May need to change the deck around a little bit. Or just hope to get better cards. You know, but at the end of the day, 19-6 is not too bad. Oh, well. Thanks for sticking around. You know, I'll have a video out on Gods Unchained pretty soon, going over it, as well as, like, you know, obviously I'm going to put out a HEX video as well. So if you enjoyed it, you know, please leave the video a like, please share or whatever. But I'm going to be doing this every Saturday, running through a free-to-play deck, top 25, or, you know, doing the 25 matches, and maybe eventually I'll buy some cards myself and, you know, throw down in that way. But thanks for watching, y'all.